This looks like none of that. Like you can get a beer over here. Seriously cool thing. All right, y'all. I didn't mean to do that. We were just trying to get some snacks and a soda. I know. I turned the sound off because I had no idea we were live.
Oopsie.
Whoopsie doodles. So here we are. It's Friday. Everybody sees it's Friday. There's a graduation at a stupid child trafficking cult. It's Friday. They're not gonna celebrate nothing because they don't have anybody on course down there. And as far as we can see, foot traffic is at a nil. And we're dancing on the grave of a punishment org right now, as well as trying to inform the public, don't get them restarted. You know, let's not have the summer session at University of Texas at Austin be providing them the new lifeblood of everything that they might need right now. So let's see, who are y'all? Let's see, Natalie Swanson. Hello, Natalie Swanson. Rin. Hello. Ooh. We're bumping. We're frumping. We're going over train tracks and everything. Let's see.
And I got bad shots.
Yes.
Sorry.
Kyle Vanderwalker. Hey, what's up? North Texas Angels headed to Dallas right now.
Nice.
Damn.
And they want to come down here too, so that's pretty cool.
Yeah, right on. We definitely, as you probably know, more active protesters in Texas needed and wonderful, necessary to a degree. It's gonna be great when that happens. Yeah, because the Oregon Austin, it's. You want to cover all the exits, and you want to get all the interactions, and you want to observe and keep all the pressure on, and also you want to have as many interactions with the public as possible. And so while others are chalking or protesting or doing other things like that, others can be having these interactions. And at PearlFest, we had this great mix where we were able to do all of it. We had enough people, we had enough different kind of approaches, and we had a ton of interactions, super positive days out there. And I think for a lot of these, it's like 3 or 4, certainly, to, both side door, sitting on defense. It's Selfless himself. Are we in for a good night or what? I hope so. I'll do my best. And I think Pearl as well, we give it the old college try and the graduate level try and the postdoctoral fellowship try at times.
That's right.
Yeah. It's all good. Man. All right. So past few days have been a bit of a that was something. And but it's like onward and upward, right? The goals are shared goals, whatever the division between people or disagreements. If people are effectively protesting Scientology, like, yeah, we might have disagreements on or off screen or whatever else, but
Can I make a comment?
I can thumbs up your effective protest in keeping anybody out of these orgs and shaming the ones that are in. But yes, please.
If right now the chats of people that I know that protest in Austin and trying to talk shit about me to get them to change their mind when these people have been on the streets with me, you're a little PAB. I know what you're doing. I'm very well aware of it, and don't think that I'm not going to come for you. That's all I have to say. Don't do it again. I know that it's happening right now. Stop it. Thank you.
Yeah, as usual, you've been cut off at the pass by Pearl. Try playing this game as well. It'll be fun. It'll be fun to watch. The flailing and the rending of garments and the gnashing of teeth. So, let's see. They've already changed their mind about you, Leslie. Oh, interesting.
Oh, she already changed her mind.
Oh, no. Oh, I haven't seen one of those. I haven't seen one of those since my first time in Los Angeles. So thank you for the fond trolling memories. Oh, so clever. Oh, so clever.
Ooh.
Oh, no.
Like troll times?
Yeah. Ooh. I mean, it was even like barely a try. So most of the trolls that I've been getting have been these like, I'm going to repeat the phrase troll, or I'm going to do this, or I'm going to do that. Y'all be there? We'll be there soon. Yeah, like some short time frame. We're en route. So,
What do you want me to break the law speeding to get there? So
yeah,
that y'all
definitely
can
not.
use that against me too?
Are you John? Hello, Sassy Cat, hello. All right. Corn Free
Your email, I'll respond later. Love you.
Marina, hello. Very much. Yeah, so it's time for like a whole lot of quick learning. Shakeups like this in movements generally make people consider a whole lot of things and maybe find out for themselves what's going on when they didn't feel that perhaps they had to before, and just taking a side one way or the other, trying as much as possible to keep the thing from flying apart and having the wheels come off. Heather in the library, what up? Also being able to be critical when it needs to be. Generally, I'll speak up about things when I believe there's counterproductive, destructive, wasteful things going on. And that's what I think I tried to speak up for recently. But generally, I think this, by the end of the summer, this thing's all going to fall back together. And it's going to be surprising how awesome it is. Just because of the learning that we're all going to have to do. We're now forced to do it. So, it's uncomfortable. Making new associative networks in your brain takes caloric energy. And I think people find it actually physically painful. And so learning's hard. Like getting over new concepts and taking in new information, new perspectives, it can be really difficult. And especially if you're afraid or defensive or protective, that kind of stuff gets really rough. So, I don't know, I've been hearing from a lot of people, and I'm going to try to keep an open mind, and I think a lot of people are having a lot of productive discussions about what they want to see in all of this going forward. And I think by our combined, by like the wisdom of crowds, it's just going to come out better. Sassy Cat, Heather in the, yes, F. Sciento, till the last org falls, forever, scorched earth, nothing left, no ability to come back. Like pretty much, at least for some generations, tattooed in the mind of the public, an association between Scientology, like you hear that word and you go, protect the kids. That's what I want that association to be, and to be reflexive. Because I think if this movement is able to demonstrate what many of us know to be true, what Serge Delmar and Liz Ferris and Laura Anderson and the rest of the second-gen survivors went through, if we're able to communicate, if they're able to communicate this message to the wider public, that will be what it is. People want to be on the side of children and protecting children, and when they see Scientology as a direct threat, I think we might be closer to having that reaction. I'm looking forward to that. So we're nearly there. It's a crazy hot day in Austin, although it's not terribly humid. So the skin's gonna breathe a little bit more, but yeah, I just, put some Wesson oil on us and some flour, and you might have some fried squirrel. So I don't know. That's hilarious. Oh wow, they are swinging. So yeah, it absolutely will survive it. Me at Taz, yeah, we'll survive and continue and get better. Absolutely. And it's stronger in the presently broken parts. I mean, stronger. It will come together if we can just hold on to our shared humanity and try to recognize that, and for whatever bad blood is flying around, to try to keep our feet on the ground a little bit, because all of that is going to make, well, any of our positions stronger. In any kind of argument, if you're seen to just be dehumanizing your opponent, you look like a real jerk. Oh, Biba.
You know what else looks like a real jerk? When you go into somebody else's chat and talk shit about them. Could you imagine if I went into one of their chats and was just like trying to like convince somebody that person was a dick? I mean, unbelievable.
Yeah, it doesn't work out so great when you do that. Not so great at all, I don't think.
It seems to be the show your whole ass cult that she's leading over there.
A little bit, yeah. And it wasn't too difficult, I think, to show the rod underneath this rock that's been, yeah, I think, covering up for a lot of things. So we've turned over a rock. We're seeing some not so pleasant stuff, and we're all going to have to learn about, I think, ourselves and what we're in this for and what we want and what we want to see going forward. And I think we're all going to be more clear about what all of that is. So, if y'all wouldn't mind subbing, try to get to 50. Oh, yeah, no, definitely. North Texas Angel, yeah, let's do that. Sub up North Texas Angel. I can't post. I don't know the link, but I will do so after the stream. It was pretty easy to find. Right. It was pretty easy to see, to find you when I searched. I saw you in chats, I think yesterday or the day before, and recognized that you were in or coming to the Texas area and wanted to do some of this stuff. And absolutely, we need any and everybody that's willing and able to do this work right here. So
I'm gonna come back around.
Yeah, everybody sub. Everybody sub up to North Texas Angel. What?
You're a fucking dick, bro.
No, just gonna try to back up. He did it again.
Are you good or what?
Wow. And it's sometimes hard to park in Texas when people have half a brain.
Hold on.
Yeah, that just happens. So, yeah, it's going to be a little regular and rustic for the first few minutes. I haven't done my regular gear setup here.
There's a bollard there.
Yeah.
Or a bullard, and I'm trying to not hit it in straight.
Totally.
Out, so
Absolutely. No, I'm not. I was just unbuckling.
Okay. I'm just not trying to drive like a science dog.
Correct.
Whoa, that was loud and scared me.
Oh yeah, air brakes, you know.
Oh, look at them. The door's open, the windows are open.
All right. Child auditing is child abuse. If you are involved in the auditing of children or have been audited by children, you are involved in child abuse. That's right. Hopefully you get that message at some point before the authorities come for you. Yeah, I would not give them any of your real information. They'll never leave you alone, and they'll never stop asking for money. All right, y'all. Oh, hi. Working for a child trafficking cult, I see. Very jaunty stepping for child traffickers. It seems you get your steps in. Hi. It seems you are about to enter the human trafficking organization that you're dedicating your life to. There is anything else that you could do. That's a fire code violation. A key-locked front door, that is a fire code violation that we just caught on video. We've been calling the fire marshal because you've been locking the front door of a place of business, which is in direct violation of Texas fire code. Oh, it seems you have a new force. You have a new force of security mopes, of security weirdos that are going to get shamed off the block just like all of the other ones. Which organization is this one that we can publicly shame? For protecting child traffickers. Scientology is a child trafficking cult. All right, y'all. Yeah. Oh. We're taking a little saunter with our coffin nails. Committed any good assaults recently? Right? You've been saving your pennies? Get ready for some legal action. Oh, you left the back door open. You left the back door open, sir. I think that's a security breach. I don't know if, little Davey is gonna like that. You being responsible for leaving the back door open to a squirrel. I think that might get you in double, triple Dutch. I wouldn't do that again. I wouldn't do it again. All right. Okay. Hey, y'all, I don't even know if this is working. So stay hydrated. Oop, thank you. I'm definitely going to need to. Roadkill? No, I mean, he was like Roadkill's great-great-grandfather with the snowiest of whiteiest hair. It's very snowy whitey. It didn't even look real. It looks like a doll or something. Kenny Rogers. So, you're good. Dumpstertology, thank you. Oop, it's so good to see it, man. Like you've been holding it down there with Sweet Sun Slice, and I really like seeing the streets of Denver still well maintained by the likes of efficient and eager squirrels. All right. So I'm gonna try to set up the audio here. to clear the planet if you can't fix a door? Can't even keep a door closed, right? You can't hire proper maintenance technicians, or you won't hire a doors and hardware specialist. I mean, it's just gross incompetence, guys. So, yeah, I mean, it's still obvious. You can see right here, see. Oh, and they've left it open again. Now, on a 100-degree day, like heat index of like 100, you're letting this air conditioning out. That's gotta be, I don't know, maybe a little expensive. Doesn't seem like they're making any money. So, might be more expensive than it possibly could, you know, than we would know. Let's see. Any garbology prospects? Yeah, well, you know, I might go back there. We had a little fracas last time. Last time I went there, and you know, allegedly for entertainment purposes, even looked in their garbage. They had the police here to kind of talk about what and was not legal about that. I mean, although it is perfectly legal that in a public place, in most municipalities, once that trash is in a receptacle on public land, whatever the receptacle is, like a dumpster or their own can or whatnot, the items within that are, one has at that point no expectation of privacy for that. And, I mean, it will go municipality to municipality, so definitely look up the law. Definitely look up what it is in your area. But generally, that's what it is. You can't go looking through trash on somebody's private property. You can't go onto their property to look through the, you know, receptacles that are like maybe public property, like dumpsters or something. That doesn't matter. But as soon as it hits the curb, generally, or is in like a public alley like this, in a dumpster, then, you know, kind of all bets are off, and you can do what you like. So that this had to be explained to the Scientologists here in this building, and they didn't, of course, you know, they didn't like it, and they'd do it again. They'd pull the same stuff, and it would just be another teaching opportunity for Scientology, and it would be another opportunity for the police to show that they understand the law, which in Austin, generally they do. Generally they understand these kinds of things, like the fact that our protest is allowed, the fact that we can raise our voices, and we can show our displeasure, and that you know, chalking isn't vandalism, and all of these things that get confused in other cities, seemingly, with other police. So yeah, I'm just setting up the audio rig here. So yeah, and I'm not sure why that is. It seems intentional to me in some cases, like for instance, Sergeant Dolan in Chicago, taking it upon himself to do all the stuff that he did undo. Whoa. Yeah, some of my gear, let's see. Yeah, Marina, win Austin, absolutely. Out ethics, out stats. Tight budget, they're losing money. Yeah, they're really, they're not doing great for themselves. I don't really understand what they're even trying to do, other than hold down this space and maybe hope for the best that that perhaps perhaps they can get some new prospects from the university kids who haven't heard of Scientology yet. That seems what it is to me. So, and that, like the same thing for the Chicago org, where they've parked it, bought a building immediately adjacent to a University of Columbia dormitory. So let's see. I'm gonna try to plug in the audio rig.
Hey, look who's coming down the street in his Tom Cruise outfit with his new little girlfriend.
Oh, gross. All right. So I don't know if this is gonna work. Here's the audio rig plugged in. Child auditing is child abuse. If you're involved in auditing with children, by children, you're involved in child abuse. Child traffickers. Right on. So, let's see. I'll do a little testaroonie. Hey, y'all. Is this coming through? Is this a thing? Tap, tap, tap. If you can hear me tapping on this microphone. Let me know. Yeah. All right. Sweet. Sweet. Thank you. And I'm out here with the indomitable, the freaking first person to mar one of these ideal org openings in such fine fashion and demonstrate how it can and maybe it in some ways should be done. Pearl Snap. Always an honor to share the street with such an effective protester. So, this is freaking awesome. Learned so much in this movement, but especially from Pearl. Sorry, just rearranging my stuff. Bring out your cans. We want some auditing out here, please. If you're going to clear the planet, let's have a demonstration. You work at a child trafficking cult, sir. You could do anything else with your life other than this. If you want to help people, volunteer at a soup kitchen. Oh, wow, the doors still don't work? Oh, wow, you can't do anything right? Like even hang a door? Seems like you can't get any business. I don't know, maybe this philosophy doesn't work. Bring out your cans. We would like a demonstration of your superpowers or anything else that you have to offer that you think, might be of great benefit to this community. But let's have a demonstration in front of maybe a critical audience. Bring out your cans. So that's what I have to say. All right. So sorry, y'all. I didn't picture that. All right, so start a little chock-a-dock, little chickadoo. All right, so yeah, you got to put a person on the door, right? To person the door. So the door has a person because it needs one, right? Of course it does. It needs a person, and they need because they were just exposed for. Violating a fire code by locking the front door of a place of business with employees, right? They're not all volunteers. So you've got a few employees in there and you know it, and you're breaking a fire code. So don't be locking that front door. That's a fire code no. I very much hope that the fire marshal had a conversation with you. Okay? Like, oh no, like you're gonna get a serious freaking fine and then we're gonna shut you down if you do this. Don't do it. So I did encourage them to have a conversation with you. I very much hope that was effective. All right. So, let's see. Question. Could you and Pearl go to the college and sit down with the students in their auditorium? It's possible. Oh, whoops, I've got a little obstruction. Yeah, that would have to be arranged, and that sounds really cool. That sounds really, really cool. So, yeah, maybe something like that could happen. We could put together a talk, put together a slide deck, make a presentation. Well, no. Okay, so the staff, they at times, uh, uh, choose not to wear the uniform, to try to disguise their approach or their retreat from the org, so that we can't identify them from a distance, and start our interactions with them more efficiently and earlier. So. Yeah, they take it upon themselves to try to disguise themselves in a number of different ways. I don't know. It's like they don't have the courage of their convictions or any pride of what they're doing, since they have to hide behind curtains and they disguise their appearance. They wear masks in cars, if they're transporting people, so you don't know who they are. And it doesn't seem like it's on the up and up to me. That's what it seems. So... yeah, I think they're cowards, and they're showing themselves to be more and more filled with cowardice. So it's generally what it is. You are going into an organization that traffics children. It's a shameful choice you're making by supporting child traffickers. Pretty shameful, y'all. Okay, so let's start our interactions. We're gonna write some massages here, right in front of their little oasis of air conditioning that they're cooling the entire neighborhood by one. Yes, good evening. Hope you're well. And yeah, cooling the neighborhood by like 1/1,000,000th of a degree to their great expense. These kinds of leakages, this is usually if somebody's looking over your heating and cooling bill or your system, they'll be like, well, you're a little bit crazy for having your door open on a 100-degree day. Okay. Child auditing is child abuse. Child auditing is child abuse. You should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law for your crimes. So, these people, these staff members, especially here, especially bringing children in, especially going after the students over here, they're doing real harm. Okay? And in a kind of extremely self-centered, arrogant, vicious manner that, it just looks like all the other kind of fascistic groups in their sneeringness and their certainty. That's why I'm trying to indicate their crimes. At least appeal to their sense of self-preservation, They don't seem to care about other people. The ones here, the recruiters here, they seem to be callous and indifferent to the plight of very many, to the plight of their own membership, as far as I can tell, over and above the goals of the group, which is just, it's what being in a high control group is. It's really unfortunate. It is still, each one of these lives in here being wasted is a human tragedy, is a wasted life, is, a family member that's less effective and less helpful to anybody on the outside that, didn't get to explore the world, and hasn't had the benefit of all of this information and life and culture that exists outside of the walls of Scientology. You're going into a child trafficking organization to work. Shameful. You could do anything else with your life. If you're involved in child auditing, you're involved in child abuse. If you're involved in any way, kids cannot consent to auditing. So, I don't know, a bunch of stuff now is kind of out in the open for this kid. So, hey, DT30, right? It's like a breeze of fresh air. And yeah, well, you should feel the air. It's, what's up, Jody Q? Sup. Right on. Question. Yeah. Got to that. So good to see y'all. Oh, afraid to go in your uniform. Shame! Coward! Child trafficker! So, yeah, we have that right off the bat. So I guess maybe some of you have seen some of the fireworks going around. I don't know. Maybe seen a live from DOA or two, and I don't know if y'all have any questions about what's going on, or you just y'all just hanging out, or you want a break, or like I'm good for whatever. So if y'all have anything to say, or it's generally reasonable, or just inquisitive, or an observation. Oh, hey, what's up, West Campus? Are we here to protect some more child traffickers, or what? Is that our gig today? Is that our gig? We're gonna go protect some child traffickers now? Are we gonna have to film it then? Let's see. Yeah, I'm totally sus on West Campus from now on. The first interaction that I had with them was a bunch of lies. It was a bunch of lies about what we did as protesters, and then they just happily went about for several days protecting this child trafficking cult. So, I'm kind of suspicious on West Campus. It seems like they're moving on. They're waiting for the light. I just want to make sure that I don't have to, heap shame upon West Campus ambassadors again for protecting child traffickers. Oh, I see, that sneaky one. Pretty dang sneaky. You're going into working, eating food out of a child trafficking cult. Shame! So, West Campus is hanging out on the... Okay, so they're moving on. All right. They're meant to be protecting kids from, like, high crime areas and stuff. And here they are, just disgusting child trafficker protectors, taking a little bit of money, because they called up and they're like, ooh, the protesters, they're so mean. They're exercising their First Amendment rights and using words and slogans. They have signs, and ooh, they have like streamers too. Oh my Lord. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So, do a little chalking and do a little moving around. We'll see what's up. You are going into and supporting a child trafficking cult, and you're a coward for not wearing your uniform. You guys all coming in here, breezing in for graduation in your Thursday best. But although it's Friday, I wouldn't say your Sunday best because it doesn't really look like that either. All right. Child traffickers. Kids cannot consent to auditing. Child auditing is abuse. If you're involved in the auditing of children or being audited by children, you are a child abuser. Good evening, sir. Sir, why are you spending your last years in a child trafficking cult? Child traffickers! Child auditing is child abuse! Anyone involved in child auditing should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
You just put them in there with a question. I probably won't answer.
What's up, y'all? Oh. Hey, y'all. So, here we are back at the stupid org. Another graduation. Another scorching hot day. And no business for them. No nothing. Right? Nobody going in. Nobody going out. And I seem to have somebody on me. Good evening.
I don't want to interrupt you live or anything like that.
Yes, I am.
Oh, you are? Okay. Well, I work for a local newspaper,
Okay.
and I guess I'd be interested in asking some questions once you're done.
Yeah, well, okay, chat. I have a little convo here. Let's see, y'all. Gonna mute for a second. Hey, Martha, how's it going? I'll be ENR. Great to see you. It's been a while. Twyla Luna as well. Lynn, awesome. Thank you for your support. I'll be right Thanks, y'all. Just had a little convo. Might have a little interest in what we're doing down here in an extra way. So yeah. Thanks for hanging in for a second. Just gonna check the back, see what's going on. Thanks everybody who's already been here and liked the stream, and thanks to everybody who's hanging out. All right. Yeah, refueling at the freaking child trafficking cult, I see. All right, well, you're human. Got to have your food for a long night of ruining people's lives for an evil and evilly proven untrue philosophy. It's unfortunate that you are all falling for a basic grift, like knowledge claims that are so easily disproven. I would very much hope that you look at information critical of Scientology and find out for yourselves. You have a great day. Right on there. That is a hard-working dude. Delivery is not easy. It doesn't pay very well, which makes people think that it's not easy, I guess, but no. Driving anything, anywhere, for any amount of time. Driving's dangerous in the States. Just dangerous. So, yeah. Had a nice little convo there. Again, any amount of interest that we can bring to this, any amount of help that we can get to focusing the public's attention towards this evil, we'll try to take that help. And yeah, it looks like we got a little bit of that. You'll see, is unsubscribing off and on, haha. Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, YouTube is unsubscribing off and on. Yeah, it's crazy. So any of y'all, just check back, because there's definitely something about anti-Scientology work that the great gods of the YouTube don't smile upon all the time, and they seem to be, unsubbing different from different channels. Wow, I'm having a tough time getting my words out today. Yeah. Well, I'm kind of ramped up. There's a lot been going on. There's a lot of accusations that have been thrown. A lot of things have come to light about accusations made against this person. And things that just seemingly were just left to fester, right? So it became clear that a cadre of mods, and headed up by a content creator, has been spreading the lie, and the easily disproven lie, that I staged the theft of my car. This is the most ridiculous idea that I've heard in a long time. I mean, the risk that I would take by doing that, the potential legal risk, so far outweighs any possible benefit that it just it just shows how desperate the ones making that accusation might be, because of how unstrong that notion is, how crazed and potentially damaging for somebody that made it and made those accusations in a knowingly false way. Okay, you understand what I mean? Yeah, me neither, Turnip Greens, wonderful. Welcome. Gang. And so it begins. I have been modded. I have a mod, y'all. Look out. And so it begins. The new adventure with my new mod, Turnip Greens, who is so wonderful and helpful to take on such a wayward soul as this person. With all this stuff flying, people coming to my aid, it feels pretty good. Thank you very much. I definitely need the help. I believe I will benefit from it. Looking forward to a long and happy channeling. So, yeah, watch out, y'all. Right on. I got a kind of John Fetterman looking guy coming over here. But yeah, this'll be good. So it seems like they might be using some kind of chemical, some kind of cleaner, or perhaps they've used the power washer so much that they've injured the sidewalk concrete itself. And I don't know, we'll have an interesting, I think, coming to a head about what sidewalk chalk means and what means can be used to remove it and who's liable for what and blah, blah, blah. So, yeah. Yeah, I mean, so Pearl got sent, but Lynn, great to see you. ACB, great. Johnny Midnight, fantastic, y'all. All right. Yeah, Pearl got sent a stack of hats by a super fan. We love them. Other people love them. We get tons of comments on them. It helps, just like it's a walking little billboard on your head. It's a conversation starter at the bar. It is very effective. So, yes, thanks. Mario. Right, so, yeah, crazy accusations levied at this person that show a certain unseriousness of mind. You know, this is not Sherlock Holmes working out this mystery, I have to say. This is somebody that probably doesn't consider much very well. And if it's multifaceted and complex, I don't know. Yeah, I'm bagging a little bit now because I'm angry. I'm hurt. You know, that hurt. And as I'm finding out, this rumor is running around for so long, and with a bunch of other creators. Now, you're gonna have to have some conversations, I think, with people about who knew what when. And not like in an accusatory way, but it seems like there's been a lot of stuff that's been put out there that's terribly untrue. And to the people that are looking to help me out with figuring out what all this is and what it means, I'm going to need to know when this started, you know, where it came from. And, you know, anybody that wants to help me out with that venture, it'd be well appreciated, because it's going to, I think, bolster my sanity. Yeah. Because, I mean, honestly, I put my whole life out here. You know, I've put everything in my life on the line for this. And, you know, I don't need, like, always, like, okay, the recognition for that. But when it comes down to somebody besmirching my character on that level, I feel I need to reiterate the reality, at least I see it, of my actual position, which is out here on the road, massively in debt from this trip, struggling to figure out how I'm going to fill the holes of all the things that I lost. And then being mocked. And not only mocked, but having having what was like a really traumatic experience for me, uh, completely misrepresented by people for with ill intent. Ill intent towards me. You know, they may think they're serving the greater good of the movement. Sounds familiar, right? So, yeah, in an attempt to destroy me. So, I guess I was such a terrible threat that I needed destroying, you know. Yeah, y'all. All right. So, yeah, Mary. Oh, wonderful. Yes, all are welcome, and we can figure out how to actually make that a reality. That's not just like a stupid Scientology phrase. I mean, we've already had some trolls, but it's good to see people being welcomed in. It's good to have a mod. It's good that this stuff is out, and we can, like I said before, we can learn what we want. You don't have to like or be friends with everybody, but generally, if you're effective, like, you need to learn how to work together and not try to cut each other off at the knees. So. All right. So, yeah, a little cult welcome mat for them. A little welcome mat. All right, y'all. West Campus! How's it going? Protecting the child traffickers, walking them one at a time out of their cult. Shame, West Campus! Shame on you! We're gonna get that contract canceled! You're gonna lose this business from this city. You're gonna lose it once they figure out what you're doing. Once we go and complain about what it is that you are doing. Here's another day protecting the child trafficking cult. Shame on West Campus. Shame. Go help some people in need of actual protection, right? Is there a high crime area where you could be other than this place protecting child traffickers again, right? For a little bit of money? I mean, dude. Seriously, shame on you for coming back here and doing this ish again. Shame. Shame on you for working in a child trafficking cult. Child trafficking is what you are doing. You are involved in a wholesale child abuse ring. That's what you do, and that will be your legacy. That is how you will be remembered for all time. Worker for a child trafficking cult is what you do. You serve evil. You do evil things. What kind of a person do evil deeds make? What kind of a person? It's not a nice person. I'll give you a hint. It's not a nice person. Okay?
Evil deeds make what kind of a person? This is a pop quiz. Oh, flunk. Try again. All right, flunk. Try again. All right, flunk. All right. Evil deeds make an evil person. Okay? That's the answer. And what is that? How far am I away from your car? 20 feet? Right? 20 feet at all times. Are they meant to come running in or something? Or to protect you from the ideas that you don't like? You see, standing here and speaking, it's a First Amendment protected activity. I think you're breaking a noise ordinance by doing that. I think you're committing a crime. It is a civil infraction. It's not a misdemeanor, but it is a crime. I think that's disturbing the peace right there. You have no reason to be signaling with your horn. It's dangerous. That's why it's illegal. It's a bittersweet symphony. Got any more? Because, you know, you are committing a ticketable offense on camera. Rush hour on a Friday, it's not the time to do this. Rush hour on a Friday is not the time to do this. Got any more? We're protesting Scientology. She's a Scientologist. She's beeping at me because I don't know. Any more? Yeah, you're definitely disturbing the peace with that. I'm glad that you stopped, because hopefully you got a text letting you know that you know it's a crime, what you're doing. So you know, I have every right to stand here as a protester of Scientology and film you from the public. For whatever is visible from a public area is able to be recorded. You are aware of that, right? It's a First Amendment protected activity. And so you could have like avoided all of this. You're in your car, you're perfectly safe. I wish not to approach your car, do anything. You could have driven away. but you're here causing a scene. You're here causing a scene, laying on your horn in an illegal fashion during rush hour, potentially confusing other motorists at a busy intersection. So I think maybe I'll refer you for that. I think you deserve a ticket for your performance today, and I'll see that you have one issued to you. Oh, broken flower. Oh, broken flower. You got to be kidding me. Why does she have to phone her? Yeah, well, yeah, the back phoning, yeah, they think we're terrified of phones when we're like on camera and live to like a whole mess of people, and sometimes amongst other streamers, and it's like a whole mess of people, right? And so, you know, as long as this back filming happens, I mean, you could easily be on your way. I'm now confused by this. I mean, maybe you're letting all the other duckies get out of the org, and I think we're done besides getting your plate. Okay, Texas SXK 7689. Texas SXK 7682. SXK 7682 is a plate. It's a plate in Texas. So we know that now. Yeah, that's disturbing the peace, I think. Good evening. Hope you're well. It's a plate. So, I mean, that's honk tech of another kind. That's, I mean, laid it on pretty thick. There, I haven't seen it thicker. That was cream. That was cream bubbling up. Is a woman. Oh, cool. North Texas Angel Wicked. Yes, are you gelling? What up? What up? Good to see you. Queen Tusk. Meow. Tusky. Suki. Queen Suki. Meow. That sounds like an awesome cat. I miss cats. I miss having cats, being around cats. There's something about cats, I have to say. Their peaceful viciousness. It's wonderful. Yeah, just au naturel predator. All right. So, you know, you're working for a child trafficking organization, right? You are aware that you're part of an organization that commits heinous crimes against the innocent, against children. Maybe the most frequent of which is child auditing. The auditing of children or auditing done by children is child abuse. And if you have anything to do with child auditing, you are part of a child abuse ring. And for me, you should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. But you can change. You've chosen to be here, you can choose to leave. Leave this cult with what's left of your life and your dignity. Don't go down in all history as a child trafficker. All right, y'all. Yeah. A ring a dang ding a dong a ding dang ding dong. So, you know, before the sun goes down, this kind of afternoon, the changing of the guard kind of thing, the corner's pretty great. You can watch both doors. The only thing that I don't catch or that I miss is, you know, is walking down here and looking down the alley and seeing if they're going down there to the next block. So, sorry. Yeah, it's keeping you so busy. So others can. No, absolutely, absolutely. Well, you know, it was. Um, yeah, Kath McNally, you bet. And they all try this kind of stuff. One of them will like go off in a way, the other way, or they'll send a distractor or a blocker, or any of these things. So, what the fuck is this? Dude, I'm so sus on West Campus. I need to see everything that they're doing. And if I see them walking people like that, I'm almost sure they're walking them into the org. So, like, even if they're just hanging out, like, I want to record every little bit of them helping Sciento if they in fact are. And he wasn't. They weren't. He's just walking. You know, if they're not doing it directly, like in the moment, then I don't know. I'll mention it. I'll just say, hey, why are you working protecting child traffickers? Like, you don't want to be doing this. Like, it's not good enough for a check. It's, you know, none of these. Camp Snappy. I want to go to Camp Snappy. We had a little snappy camp at Pearl Fest. People it was like a sleepover. Let's see. So, question from Queen Sukimyao. Question: if I am late to your stream and I rewind to the beginning, then fast forward, do you get cred for that at watch hours? Yeah, I think you get cred for watch hours. I'm not sure if speed, if it's the amount of time that you're looking at the screen or the amount of video time. If fast forward messes up the watch hours, I would say don't worry about it. I would say get in there. Yeah, great to be here. Kimberly Sweet, rocking out, killing it out there in the internet streets. Trying to make sure Scientology doesn't get any more kids in here. So I'm also, wow, they're moving people around in here. It's graduation time. I don't know what the heck you'd be celebrating because there ain't no business in this org, in this failed piece of crap organization from a failed science fiction writer who got paid by the word and is a real dingus. Unfortunately, during graduation, it's like everybody shows up and there's so many people that show up in like civilian clothes. So it's hard to know who's who or what's what by sight. And I end up following more people around the corner to see whether or not they're going into the org because like a lot of times they are, and I just, I miss it. Yeah, turnip greens. Yeah. Wicked. Yeah, awesome. Let's see, we got Rika. What's up? Yeah, I think it all amounts to views and watch time. Yeah. Thanks for the assist earlier today. Oh, wow. No, I'm sure there's a lot of stuff flying around. I don't know that particular one. There's really so much that it's hard to keep up, and I'm not used to being the center of a controversy like this. I'd rather just do the work. From Eric and Davey's channels. Thank you. Eric and Davey Mismanaged, man, that guy's so cool. Yeah, it's definitely fun. Not sure what this pretends. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Rika. That's very kind. Yeah. Well, I've been suffering in silence under the kind of the secret punishment of some very powerful and influential mods, and it made me a bit sour. and it made me paranoid, because for a long time there was nobody coming to help. There's nobody coming to help me, because it was too costly for anybody to. It would, like Elliot set things up, I mentioned the name, damn it, where it was just too expensive for anybody to cross her. And she made examples of people of like, this is what happens to you if you cross me, and I was one of those examples. And so people were like, oh wow, that sucks, but not much I can do about it. And in some cases they were absolutely right. It would just be like sour grapes. It's just a little sticker. Let's see. What do you think about the encampment packing up? I think it's it's not optimal, right? It's not what everybody hoped for, but at this point, I agree. The safety and security issues are such that it needs a retool and a refit before it can be responsibly deployed in the way that it is. So it's a sticker. You got that right. It's a sticker. The kid was super cool. yeah, it was. Yeah. It's a QR code. It's a QR code. So I'll scan it. I'll let you all know. So, yeah, let's see. But you asked, what do I think about the encampment packing up? Yeah, I think it's necessary to be done. I think, it needs a rethink and a retool, and everybody needs to total their sums and figure out what's important for them, and do some growth and learning, and hopefully, maybe do a few things that aren't related to this. I think everybody needs some kind of a break, and but especially on the basis of the safety and security down there, it just wasn't done. So, like it's like at a music festival, right? You have your sound crew, you have your staging crew, you have the people that are working, vending, you have the grounds crew, sound crew, obviously, and bands and whatnot. And it takes, people working day and night, keeping all of that together. And it's a lot of the same safety concerns, actually. So you have a lot of the same concerns with the population. You have excessive use of substance. You have a criminal element, perhaps. You have dangers from assaults of the conventional and sexual nature. And all of those need to be addressed, and all of those concerns need to be addressed by staff in real time as an event is happening. And that takes teams of people and delegation and organization and all of that stuff. I see you escaping the child trafficking cult without comment. Child auditing is child abuse. Nobody in this neighborhood trusts anybody in these gold vests. They work for a child trafficking cult. They will take your money. They will confuse you and your family, take all of your money and your time. Child traffickers! So captivating saying what I was saying, it's captivating to me, I guess, I missed that one. I missed that interaction. Sorry, y'all. But, there's a lot that I think about that, but just about closing it down, it's sad. It's not what everybody wants to see, but it's necessary, and it will be a learning experience. It'll come back better, is the thing. All of this stuff, and I think most of the people involved will fall back together as if they still have the same shared goals in less than a season. And I don't mean a season of SPTV or like Streamer Wars or anything. I mean like in 3 months. So, so in the interim, I think, you know, we can figure out what we're all in this for and what we want and what we don't want out of it, and choose our level of engagement going forward. So, so it's sad because, like, I mean, Pearl and I were there not too long ago in Los Angeles with all these people, and it was beautiful. It was beautiful what people were putting down, the sense of community and camaraderie, everybody helping each other out. Yeah, I mean, when that guy pulled a knife on me, you know, even though, you know, I didn't, for a second, I'm like, nobody had my back, you know. In fact, everybody did. In fact, everybody did. You know, brought that guy to heel, got him arrested, like, because everybody had my back, because everybody, like, immediately responded. And that's what I saw. I saw more of like a community of people, like, you know, everybody looking out for everybody's back at that point. And I mean, things get complicated and entropy sets in. This stuff happens, right? Stuff like this doesn't always last, and it's okay. But it's really, it gets harder, I think, when people see these changes as unnecessary. But this is necessary. We all need to learn and grow a little bit more. Scientology is a child trafficking cult. Nice Dianetics shirt. You work for child traffickers. You are the front line of recruiting for a child trafficking cult. That is what you do. That will be your legacy. That is your work. That is who you are right now. A functionary for a child trafficking ring. Shame on you. Nobody in this community trusts these people in the Dianetics shirts. Child traffickers. So he just went all the way around the block to avoid me. Going to your stupid child trafficking graduation, huh? Yeah, see, for me, call it stupid. Call it what it is. Like, don't hide behind euphemisms and flowery language about harm that's being done to people like this, that's being done to kids. I can't do, well, maybe somebody else can do it, I can't do it. All right. You want to handhold these people? You know, please, be my guest. But, like, maybe some of them need to hear the actual truth about what's going on there. You know, maybe some of them are isolated from any kind of truth, and maybe smiley, nice hand-holding is just some more lying to them. You know, give them the real. Maybe it'll be new for them. You know, like a new flavor of chocolate, and they'll take to, like it's a confection, like it's a creamy dessert. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for saying things in that tone of voice, like creamy. I mean, I've written people out of my life forever for so far less than what Jay did to me last night, what Jay tried to do to me at least. You know, but I don't know. While I'm hurt, and I am, I understand people can't see everything sometimes, and they can't sometimes see the harm they're doing, and that's me, and that's everybody. And you know, this crazy internet street world out here and this level of kind of attention. People aren't used to it and they act crazy, especially when they get their first little bit of power or influence or anything. Makes people nuts. Seen it a bunch. You know, somebody gets on their first tour and they get in front of crowds for a little while and, you know, they think so much of themselves they start treating people like garbage. A little bit with it like, hey, I'm kind of a big thing around here kind of thing. And but also people grow out of it, you know, and they might act horrible, but it's kind of a common course for attention like this, for it to go kind of wrong and along ideological lines like this. So I don't have to like it and I don't excuse it, and it's going to have to be corrected, but I don't want to dehumanize the kid. I don't want to dehumanize anybody. We all deserve some amount of understanding and forgiveness. But that doesn't mean I need to work with you right now. Oh, good evening. Well, please go right ahead. It's meant to be temporary. They wash it off every night. Okay, so we're getting a nice delivery of personages to the Baptist church. You know, I wonder what kind of it would be a good idea to talk to some of the religious leaders in the community, I think, and ask them what they think about the Scientology's presence, and if they especially have heard of any associations between other organizations or churches and the Church of Scientology through their, you know, non-denominational horseshit. That's a total lie. Yeah, Renee B, good to see you. Brenda, thank you. Sure, Yelverton, thanks again. This guy's getting, what the? Back and forth and back and forth. We've got all sorts of new guys on the street here. So, hey, John. This guy's, he's waiting for something or somebody. Let's keep an eye on him. Let's keep a little eye. Oh, it almost looks like Big Blue over there, all the blue. And the blue clapboard there, you know, you know, they're going to pull that all off, or they're going to clad it in something else. So yeah, this guy, I'm sus on this guy. I'm going to be sus on a lot of people on the street. Again, for those of you that have like a laptop, or, you know, you're on a desktop computer and you can have multiple tabs open, keep a tab open to me in Perl if you can, and let me know if any crazy stuff starts to pop off over there. Because we're trying to, you know, we didn't bring the walkies out, but we're trying to have a faster response to all of this. So to make it somewhat safer, because we had a kind of, what I think is a close call, way too close, with an individual that threatened Pearl's life more than once last week. And that was disturbing to say the least. And I was not happy with my response time. Okay, it's gone. Okay, I wasn't happy with my response time or the follow-up or anything. And so trying to make it better, because that kind of response, our ability to assist each other is our safety out here. It is us being safe. So I don't want to be caught sleeping on that. So I hope after the shakeup, people see perhaps maybe the divisions that they have with people aren't so bad. You know, there's a lot of stuff going around in multiple cities, and that, you know, maybe people have been led astray artificially by some not so great forces that were, I don't know, maybe unnecessary. Just because we, maybe wanted to grow a channel or something, or, like basically FOMO. But I have to say, you go along to get along with stuff like that, people invariably get hurt, okay? And, this person was basically put behind a curtain where I couldn't speak out for myself. If I did, I'd be bludgeoned by one of the most powerful and influential mods in the community. And it'd be very, very hard for me to escape that. So I've had to bite my tongue for more than 2 months while this stuff kind of increased and increased around me. And there's still, even with like kind of the cold hard light of the day and very conclusive evidence that there's still this denialism happening with each and every one of these claims that I've made throughout this live. So I eat candy, good to see ya. Yeah, so Queen Suki, SSID on my iPad and Frolis on my Awesome, thank you. Thank you, Lynn. Thank you, Queen Suki Meow. I love saying Queen Suki Meow. Really, guys. What? We have some minders here today. We have minders. So, this guy has moved out of my shot a few times and has repositioned himself to be immediately in my shot. GG to 3. Good to see thee. See, that's kind of what I mean here. Is, wow, you can see all of my pores and all my wrinkles and everything. So yeah, he's just going from side to side, making sure that he's getting a good look at my butt. For the scrapbook, right? That he's generating of butts of Austin. So, not exactly sure what this guy is up to. Wow. Oh, I got. Oh, that's a freckle. I've been freckling up out here. More direct sun than I'm really used to. So it seems they've got more kind of assets deployed out here on the street, and it looks like they're trying to keep a little bit more stock, or try to keep us in line with what's going on, or with what they want us to do, or intimidate us, or not sure. But in and out of the alley, and then kind of in front of me, out of the shot, standing on the green, and then over here on this basket. And I think it seems like they've deployed more security forces to me. I've seen more people that don't look like regular staff around the place, increasingly in the past couple of weeks. People that, to me, just scream OSA. There's been a series of people who've been guarding the parking lot up the way that they all park at. That's oh wow, that one zoomed in too. Sorry, y'all. So past that dorm building on the other block, we do a bunch of interactions with those folk, trying to abscond without a critical word away from their child trafficking cult. So I'm about to go over on the bench and see if I can't have a conversation with this individual and see if I can't root out the nature of their intentions out here on the streets. Not that he need to answer any of my queries, Certainly not. It's not obligated at all. This is what you call question and answer, right? So the whole point, question and answer, you ask questions and you try to gain as much information as possible without giving away anything that isn't just publicly known. And it's a technique by which you can extract information from people without giving away your position. And I think a lot of people, you get them talking, they're willing participants in this. And so it's another thing called part of what you might call information management. Where's the chat? I've screwed it up. Yes, chalking and talking. Chalking and talking with you. I'm chalking with you. With you. Well, yes, I'm talking and chalking. Talking and chalking with you. Oh, yeah. That felt good. That reminds me. Oh, man. So there's been all of this drama mama stuff going on in these, yeah, in these past few days. I was gonna go off and get myself a new Gwitter finally. Like, yeah, I thought maybe I could see what insurance was gonna kick out. Like there was like item protection, but they're being cagey about it, and so I don't think I don't know if that's gonna work. I'm gonna maybe have to get a lawyer to get it to work, and that might be worth more than what it is. And so I don't know, like waiting for all this and this fight might be months, or it might be like a week. But either way, I'm suffering without a guitar in my hand. It's driving me crazy to not have that release on the street out here a little bit. It was definitely helping my mood and my engagement, and you have all this stressful stuff. And chalking is great; it's a good release. It's also some amount of work, and when something got frustrating or a cop came by and gave us terrible heck. One of the ways that I was getting it off of myself was making up some ridiculous song on the spot and engaging in music and creativity and being able to laugh at myself and, laugh at the situation a little bit more. Good evening. Yeah, that was all beneficial. Man, I'm already Thursday. I need to do some water before I dry up and blow away. This is a private security guard, I think, with he had his body cam on. I'm not sure if he was a police officer or what, but I mean, I'm pretty sus on a lot of shit that's going on out here. Oh man, I could have 5 liters, but then I would probably change the composition of my cells and die. But I could have a lot of water right now, I think. What's most encouraging during this time is the productive conversations that I've had with many people who seem to be really thinking. That's the best thing. Like, I don't know if it's complacency that's settled in with I don't know what. But now people are real serious, and they're very active and activated, and they're going to have to figure out what they want. And I think generally that's going to be better. We're going to be standing on firmer ground, all of us individually, knowing that for ourselves, choosing our level of involvement where it's not hurting us, where it's not as interfering, and it becomes part of the kind of flow of our regular life. And that's where you can make it long lasting, and you can make something like this last a generation. Is if you take the sting out of it a little bit by regularizing and normalizing it. Oh, sweet. Yeah. I don't remember, Kyle. Amy, I think Selfless was in chat when Dio played it, so I'm constantly drinking H2O. You should hear the new Scientology song. Dude, it's so great. It's so great. Insta classic. Instant. I like the reference to the tunnels. You rewound it for the tunnel reference. Yeah, I was up in there. Absolutely. That came out quick. It's fun. Yeah, cultural artifacts like that to mark the time. You know, it's like the folk songs of the old protest movements. You know, tell it like a story song. So, and you know, people have a lot of stuff to say now, and I invite it. It's like, let's start thinking, let's start sharing more of our ideas, even if we don't agree. Let's get used to like disagreeing and having that be okay, because it is, well, people have been giving me a lot of advice. I don't know who wants me to say who's been giving me what, as everything's falling, but definitely that sentiment has been imparted to me a few times in a few ways. Yeah, yeah, I got UN Blue. All right. Yeah, Hibernate, good to see you. Yeah, I was totally in chat. Oh, well. It was a nice little addition to, what's a hard day for a lot of people, I think. It's just hard. Change is hard. Public speaking is hard. Being, exposed in a bunch of different ways is hard. Ending something, having expectations broken is hard. And not seeing the progress that you want out of your protest of a child trafficking cult, that is freaking hard, especially if you're a survivor, right? So heart goes out to the survivors today. If you're seeing this as like the end of something, I would hope that you can see that it's not. And that this isn't going away. I'm not going away. Pearl's not going away. And Jay said last night he's not going away. And I'm like, yeah, if you're an effective protester against Scientology, hell to the MF, yeah. No matter what's transpired between us. Good evening. If you're doing that work, I'm celebrating that work. So, you know, you're getting one less person to go into that building, or you're taking any of them out, which is far, far, far more rare. You're doing that. You're doing it. You're doing something that I believe is commendable and over and above any kind of grievance that we may have of any kind of personal whatever. I don't care. So, and I think on that basis, if we can keep all of that and like keep our shared humanity, keep namasteing, recognizing the freaking spirit in each other. The you know, the spark of eternity in all people, or the, you know, in Buddhism, the Buddha nature, or you know, Christ consciousness, or any of the spiritual ways of describing this. I think if we keep those things close to us, we'll be fine. But all of that, you know, it takes intention, it takes will, it takes action, it takes doing these things, and can be done. Can be done. So, you know, for so long, like, and as soon as I got to Denver, I was proud to be on the streets with Jay. For fuck's sake, yeah, of course. I can understand people's confusion and their heartbrokenness because of all the good work that he's done. And having this division and thinking that you gotta, you know, pick some kind of a side, just keep on doing whatever it is that you feel is right. Support the channels that you want to support. Same as always. I mean, between some people, maybe some of like the associations or the stakes, or some of the general stuff has changed, but not what's most important. Well, we're as long as we are all still out here intending to protest Scientology, that's the most important thing. And making sure this ends, that no more harm comes to innocent people and especially children. So I think I've gone around in a nice little circle a few times on that. And let's see. Oh no! My wish list is empty, that's true. Yeah, oh right, that's right. It's been a while since I've done wish list or anything. Now he's across the street. Now he's like he's taken up 4 different positions on this single street. Super casual though. This is it's a real sleuth of a private investigator or something. He's so stealthy. And I mean, I don't know if I've ever been stalked this expertly before. Right? It's like having Jason Bourne hunt you down, right? And I'm pretty sure, I don't think this guy's just waiting around for the bus, just like, I don't know, it could be paranoia, but I don't think so. I don't think so. So, oh wow! It's been so long. It's been too long.
I know.
Great to see you.
Good to see you.
Fantastic.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm fine. Oh, you're not interrupting at all. So yeah. Yes, a near and dear and becoming old friend has arrived on the scene. Do you wish to be pictured or not?
Oh,
Doesn't matter.
there's some fun shop colors here.
Oh yeah, I get the box of 48 to all the colors of the rainbow. So, EA, coming back.
Yep. Back.
Wonderful. Yeah, I mean, well, we've had this like heat bubble after heat bubble, like not just this heat, but 90% humidity on top of it.
Yeah. You found yourself a shade spot though.
Oh yeah, you know, I work the side, and you know, Pearl works the front. We try to, by our powers combined, we try to catch them.
What's your area?
My arrow is just going to be pointing out this door, and it's and on this whole strip, it's going to be Scientology is a child trafficking cult, and filling up the whole thing. And standing here, I find, you know, I can see him here, I can see him leaving there, I can see him there. Ah, speak of the devil, and they shall appear. Okay. So, it seems that you might not know this, so like I'll offer this as maybe some instruction or education. Child auditing is child abuse. Okay? If you're involved or ever have been involved in the auditing of children or being audited by children, you have been involved in child abuse. And as such, Scientology stands as a massive child abuse ring that you are involved in and seemingly given your golden years to. So if you have been involved in child auditing, again, you're a child abuser and should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. This is your legacy. Your name in history goes down with child trafficker as a headline. You can leave. You choose to stay, you can choose to leave. It's your choice. You can do that. If you want to help people, perhaps volunteer your time at a soup kitchen or a homeless shelter where people need help. And you're not so enfeebled, I believe, that you cannot hear me. You worked for a child trafficking ring, and thank you for the reaction on camera on close-up. Leave this child trafficking cult with what's left of your golden years. Oh yeah, that's right, it's Casual Friday. We're absconding in civvy clothes. That's what we're doing. Oh, and he's got the fake Tom Cruise turtleneck and everything. Yeah, he's got all that stuff. So yeah, stuff has been heating up for Pearl and me, and Scientology, these YouTube screets, as she calls them.
Yeah.
These screets.
Yeah.
We've been like called out and called a bunch of things. Have you seen any of this?
I've seen some of that. It's
Yeah.
getting a little wild.
Getting a little wild. It's like somebody said I stole my own car. You can't believe that. So I see you coming out of the child trafficking organization there. I was wondering if you knew whether or not, if you know that child auditing is child abuse. You know, they get children to audit adult SA perpetrators, teenagers doing counseling sessions on adult male abusers of children. That's what goes on in your so-called church. Child auditing is child abuse. And if you protect it, assist it, if you fund it, you're a part of it. You're assisting or funding, helping along child abuse. Leave Scientology with any amount of what's left of your dignity and your humanity. Because you and everyone in this organization will go down for all time as suborners and supporters of child abuse. Okay, so this guy's back. This guy's Osa.
Which one?
This guy has been here on the block. He's sat on that bench on the block. He's been here.
The guy with the Longhorn shirt?
This guy with the Longhorn shirt on has made the block with his phone out, supposedly typing away. Hey, Osa, what's up? Just, so he went up and down the alley, and then he posted up right there, kind of, I'm not looking at you, man. And then posted up at the bench. I'm not looking at you, man. Posted up at the mailbox. Nope, no, don't believe it. Makes the block around here. He's going to make it around here. He's coming back.
Pretending to be a student.
Pretty much.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a good one where he's 38, you know, that dude, right? He probably should eat a sandwich. I can see every bone and sinew in his elbow, you know.
Well, they're not allowed to.
Oh, that's right, rice and beans. Oh, geez, maybe this is lower conditions. Yeah, I think you're right. I think you're right about that.
Okay, I'm gonna go say hi to Pearl.
Hell yeah.
Come back and do some chalk art.
Oh, right on. But yeah, I'm sure Pearl would love to see you. That's going to be a wonderful reunion.
You do have a dumpster smell out here.
It's awful. Yeah, no. Definitely turns a lot of people off to this station.
It smells a little Scientology.
Yeah, exactly. It's a little seedy, it's a little reedy. It's a little juicy. Thanks, I Eat Candy. Ayo, Ken. Yeah, cute bag. That's true. Yeah, it is. Excuse me? I'm protesting the cult of Scientology.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, not a problem. Trying to let the community know that this organization means you no good, in fact means you harm, and trying to bring a live audience to it. And so yeah, we're live streaming. Yeah. Thanks for your time and attention, gentlemen. All right. So it seems like we have some more abject cowardice from child traffickers in Scientology who think they can clear the planet, but they can't confront and shatter even this level of suppression. You work for a child trafficking organization. Child auditing is child abuse. Don't be left holding the bag for David Miscavige's crimes. When it goes down, he's gonna run off with some billions of dollars and leave you holding the bag. Child auditing is child abuse. Do not trust the Scientology workers here, the people in the Dianetic shirt, or the people in the gold vests. They are child traffickers. Ugh. Oh, wow. Sorry, guys. I mean, I'm starting to give myself a headache. It's, I need to drink more water. I can't do as much chalk today, because, you know, this is just a ridiculous ruse, sir, that you have to protect any of these people. It has been you, on camera, Scientology, that have assaulted us, the protesters, on multiple occasions, and you've swatted us, and you've called the fire department despicable. You're cowards. And we're not going to do anything to you, and you have to run and hide into your org, keep those shades pulled. How are you going to clear the planet if you can't confront and shatter this little bit of suppression? How good is your training if you can't confront this SP? SP over here by the alley, guys. Suppressive person, look out. Thanks everybody for joining. Hey yo. Thanks everybody. So, breadsticks. That's right. Yeah, Pearl has a whole line on that one. I've got to write it on my forehead backwards. It's, oh wow, right? Like again, you need to be chaperoned. I'll still give you the spiel. The spiel is, you work for a child trafficking cult, okay? And you should be ashamed of yourself for doing that. Child auditing is child abuse. Children cannot consent to auditing, cannot consent to be audited, cannot consent to receive auditing. As such, Scientology stands as a wholesale child trafficking ring. You are a child trafficker, and that is your legacy. That is how your name will go down in all of history. In ignominy. It is. Okay? It is. And like, kind of like, oh, please get out of Scientology right now. You know, with these people, they're hardened criminals. Okay? You know what hardened criminals even respond to? The threat of arrest and prosecution. So, so I'm trying to offer, you know, like wave it under their nose. It's a little whiff of what you're actually facing and what the consequences of your actions actually are. And they're not good. They're not. They're actually quite bad. Because, say like, and I've been saying this and thinking this, like if the federal government actually gets their act together on this, some more adherence to little Davy and his fake space navy? Scientology abuses children. Child auditing is child abuse. Children cannot consent. Yeah, you're a disgusting clown. Child auditing is child abuse. If you are involved in child auditing in any way, either if you have received auditing for a child or if you've given an auditing session to a child, you are a child abuser. If you are assisting or funding it, you are assisting and funding wholesale child abuse, which is disgusting. And as you are supporting this organization, you are doing evil upon the land and upon the citizenry of this city. Evil deeds make what kind of a person, you smiling jackass? Evil deeds make what kind of a person, you smiling jackass? It makes an evil person. Evil deeds make an evil person. And as you support and protect child abuse, you are an evil person. Kids cannot consent to child auditing. Child auditing is child abuse. If you're involved in the auditing of children, you are involved in the abuse of children and should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. You choose to stay in this disgusting organization, you could choose to leave at any time. It is your choice. It is your choice to remain till the federal government comes and wraps you all up in a RICO case and puts you in a cage for the rest of your short life. Save your pennies, because you work in a disgusting child trafficking cult whose days are numbered. All right, so Austin is beautiful, Vancouver, great acoustics in the area. I think how much more attractive it would be without Scientology. Wow, yeah, no, the whole town, or very many of these places, like, and they've taken over beautiful historic buildings, like a lot of these buildings built by the Freemasons, and they know how to build buildings, I'll tell you. Like, overbuilt, like Baroque overbuilt, structurally, you know, and adornments, the whole deal. Oh, here comes another disgusting child trafficker. Okay, you know, all right, you know. You proud of working for a disgusting, obvious fucking fraud of a cult? How are those gains? How are the gains from your courses, right? You got your superpowers? You getting those wins, man? Those wins? We all know you all lie to each other about your wins. You ain't getting no wins. I mean, they ain't getting no wins. Centre stage dans le cité de Vancouver. Way. All right. Texas t-shirt guy just walked in the front door. I knew it! I knew it! Lynn, thank you. I knew it. Oh, we're going to have a great debrief. EA and EA and Pearl and me are going to have a great debrief. Man, I'm so sus on everybody today. I think I'm going to write Scientology on the flat. Or maybe it's better displayed where everybody's walking closer to... Okay, I'm bringing it closer. I have so many interactions I can't chalk, guys. Jeez. So, you guys know that child auditing is child abuse. I think I've said that before. And if you're involved in child auditing in any way, either receiving auditing from a child or giving it, you're involved in child abuse and should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. And that is now your legacy. Working for a child trafficking racket as a bunch of tools. That's what you're giving your life to. Also, an abject failure. Scientology, how's clearing the planet going, boys? Making any progress? Or is this org dead as a doornail? How's it looking at ASHO or AOLA? Dead. They're ghost towns. You work for a failure. And they are ghost towns. What was frighteningly not as much like a ghost town was when I briefly popped by Gold Base and did like a drive-by taking some pictures on my way out of Los Angeles the first time. I mean, Big Blue is creepy. Big Blue is seriously creepy. There's something else about gold. Gold is, I mean, it's off and away too. So like, I don't think they worry about appearances as much. And it just looks like a prison, posing as a country club. I hear you coming. Have I lost the plot? No, I'm protesting a disgusting child trafficking cult is what I'm doing. And I think anybody that supports Scientology has in fact lost the plot and their marbles and everything else. Their humanity, their dignity, their respect in this community. If you're working for Scientology, you're working for a child trafficking organization, and as such, you're the scum of the earth. Not you guys. You guys are cool. Right on. Yeah, is there much more lowly scum than those who abuse children? Is there? I don't think so. Now, those who do it in the name of God or like some idea of like their conception of ultimate reality, I find even worse. But it's all bad because, you know, you're going after the body and the psychology and the soul and everything. Then you're trying to take the whole being at once. It's like anti-yoga or something. Hobbling away from the child trafficking cult, huh? That's a poor guy on a cane. I mean, he looks like, a lot of these people look like they're in pain. We've all noticed their poor spinal health. Which, I mean, once that goes, your mobility, and then your quality of life, everything else in late life will just follow along with it. As long as you're able to be like mobile and active and keeping your brain active and all of that stuff, you're going to be able to increase your chances of longevity. And if you're not doing those things, and especially if you're immobilized, and that's why hip injuries are so frightening, because they can do that, and they're so common in people who say, first off, you'll become inflexible, like you won't be able to kind of use your legs or stand on one foot, or like be able to like catch yourself falling forward or falling back or to the side. And it's like your uprights and your flexibility to be able to engage all of those things. And if you're not able to have those things, then you might be able to trip on your own feet. Scientology is a child trafficking cult. Children cannot consent to auditing. Child auditing is child abuse. And those that have been involved in child auditing should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law as child abusers. I look forward to seeing that for each and every person that has practiced child auditing. The Church of Scientology is a disgusting human trafficking racket that is disguising a massive financial fraud of hiding all of your money in real estate holdings and not paying tax. Leave the cult of Scientology with what's left of your life and your dignity. You look like you haven't had a positive emotion in decades, sir. That is so plastered on and tight it hurts me from a distance. That is not an emotion. You seem like a human reptile. It's not a compliment, by the way. You know, not having any emotions is not like a positive thing for a human person. Your dear leader is totally effed in the head on that one. That's why all of you are so insanely unhealthy and ignorant. Wow, I'm able to like get one letter down, and then I have one of these. Wow, I'm really using my voice. Good evening. That looks like fun. Just protesting Scientology. Thank you. I like that. Well, it's a little dangerous, a little foolhardy. Oh, wow. Wow, guys. Wow, just gross. You know, I don't like to have these interactions. I'd call that a human shield for a child trafficker. Children cannot consent to child auditing, are you aware? Child auditing is child abuse. Subjecting children to Scientology auditing is abuse. And people with a duty to report should report you. And those that engage in that practice should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law as what they are: child abusers. Scientology is a child trafficking racket. It makes me so mad to see the kids. I'm angered and I'm sad. A tear comes to my eye and the adrenaline comes at the same time. That poor kid. Who knows how long his road to recovery is? Like, just every moment doing so much damage. And for so long. And that's going to be so hard to get back. Like, you know, seeing the struggles of my friends, survivors. And they're so fucking real. And there's such well-meaning people that are trying their very best to, like, you know, do the best they can with the life that they have left after this shit. And to see some kid, like, starting down this road of this horror show that they're going to have to escape at some point and recover from. And they're nowhere near the part where it gets better. They're exactly in the part where it's going to get worse for maybe, I don't know, 20 years. It's going to get a lot worse for that kid. If they stay in Scientology, if they are exposed to Scientology auditing and Scientology practice and their mind control techniques and their limitation of human emotion, which does brain damage to children, limiting of their thought processes and their vocabulary, which does brain damage to children, right? If you limit somebody's vocabulary when they're setting up their associative network of their psychology, when they're learning words, when they're learning concepts, and if you limit that, you limit the vocabulary, you limit like the kinds of thoughts that you're allowed to have, you reduce the possible kind of expanse of this neuronal network, and you'll have less associations, and you'll have a smaller associative network. Less words, less concepts means less associations, means not as many neuronal connections, means not as much brain matter, useful brain matter. So I find it to be a very well hidden, but still physical abuse. And just because you can't like directly look at it, you still can measure it. You can measure it in delayed developmental stages for certain kinds of personality traits, certain kinds of maturity, certain kinds of looking at the world, and you can measure it, by vocabulary, by ability to use grammar at certain stages, even given instruction. You can measure it a gazillion ways, and people do. It's like all the same ways that we measure kids' performance in schools, basically, or like emotional performance. Any of these things could be used to measure exactly the effect and to what degree and to what severity each and every one of these kids has been affected. And I think Scientology gets away with it because, there's still, still a stigma against a fair amount of mental health. But I mean, within the psychology field, all of these things are known and obvious. You limit the scope of what kids can learn at, very many developmental stages. You're going to reduce the possible size of their what's being called now a connectome, which would be like the map of all of your neuronal connections, your connectome. So like the human genome, the connectome, as far as medical imaging and understanding and neurology is like a kind of next step, and it's getting closer. On the shoulder, and tell him to answer me. Sorry. Never in, oh, you missed the Scientology honking. Let's see, I hope we can get this channel back to where it was. Thank you for being here. Thank you very much, Term Grease. I hope to, let's see, have you had a chance to check my block list? No, I haven't. No, I have not. You're saying like, blocked chatters and stuff? I don't think so. Okay, so what about it? Are people saying to you that they're blocked, or people saying they're blocked and that needs to be remedied? Might want to check just to be sure. Will do. Okay. I mean, do you think it needs to be done on this live now or afterwards? Just, let me know. It's, I'll do either. I don't care. I mean, I might even let all the former trolls go and give them another run at it. Fuck you. That was a dumb Scientologist who just used the alley to try to just kind of drive into me, smoking her dumb cigarette. She had plenty of room, but she chose to try to, give me a jump scare with a horn. Afterwards, or when you're free. Sweet, sounds good. Yeah, I might get around to doing that, even while I'm here, depending. But I mean, I do it immediately if you said, like, hey, this person says they're blocked and can you check, and yada yada. As wow, a lot of new characters here at the org for graduation this week. You do understand you're walking out of a child trafficking ring, right? That's what you're supporting with your time and attention and perhaps your money? The trafficking of children and the destruction of their lives. I don't think he did know. Certainly, there's a lot of people traveling in. The org, we see new staff every week now. They're really rotating them in and out. And I think in an attempt to drum up any business, they're like, this guy can, I'm a specialist. I can body route with the best of them. Here I am. And none of that, no, haven't seen any real specialists. I mean, they had this one dude, like it was last week or the week before, who actually had like a 20-minute or more conversation with me about Scientology. Well, not really about Scientology. I talked about Scientology and he deflected to like, well, kind of everything in the world. So. So yeah, basically like somebody who like thinks they're clever by engaging in all the crappy debate techniques, you know, and basically to anybody of any seriousness, it just looks like somebody that can't argue the point. Oh, so really child trafficking, right? Child auditing is child abuse. Do not subject children to auditing. Children cannot consent to Scientology auditing. They cannot consent. Not legally, not medically, not ethically, not morally can they consent. Child auditing is child abuse. Anybody involved in the auditing of children or auditing given by children is a child abuser and should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Leave this cult. Leave the cult of Scientology with what's left of your dignity. But as you seem willing enough to destroy the lives of your own children, I have no hope for you. And you're the lowest of the low. Beyond irresponsible parents. You are negligent. And hopefully a day soon will come that your present activities will be criminalized and you will be put in chains and in a cage. You're a child trafficker, you piece of shit. You're a child trafficker. That's right. You're a child, you piece of shit that just gave me the finger. You. You are a child trafficker. You are a disgusting human being.
Save your kids.
I very much hope you are put in a cage for what you're doing right now. You think you're cute? You're a fucking sociopath. You're a fucking sociopath. Oh, let's get this guy's plate. The kids are gone. Oh, he's absconding. TAM 0568. He ran quick. He didn't want none of that. He started up his car quick and got the hell out of that spot.
He didn't keep his TRs in.
No, he did not.
Blew you a kiss.
He blew, well, he gave me the finger. He did the cutesy. Oh, I'm scratching the side. Oh, no, I'm giving you the the fingy? I don't know. You're trafficking children like right in front of me and the finger's going to fucking, that's going to be the thing that really puts me over the edge. Right? No, it's actually your present crimes, buddy.
Young family. They must be second.
Yeah. No, yeah, they are young. That's scary. And like I was saying, there's a lot of kids here today. We're seeing kids at the beginning of things getting bad for them, right? Like not even the middle of things getting bad. Hey, so we're leaving the child trafficking org today. How's it going? Slaving over a hot cult today, right? Well, as I've said before several times, and I'll say again today, I'm gonna take a little walk with these guys. You wanna come?
And we'll help you out. Help you out.
Child auditing is child abuse. Kids cannot consent to auditing, right? Would you agree to that? That a child should not be giving a counseling session to a grown man in a locked room with an earpiece for some reason being fed the lines? That a 12-year-old or a 16-year-old shouldn't be giving a counseling session to a grown man who's a sex abuser. Do you agree that that's maybe beyond the pale and an unconscionable act? Or do you stand behind your child trafficking cult? Children cannot consent. Child auditing is child abuse. And if you are involved, you should be prosecuted to the full extent of the law. Lose your freedom, lose every hope and dream that you have for your future. Living out the rest of your life in chains and ignominy. If you are hurting children, which you are now doing. It's your choice to be in this cult. It can be your choice to leave. There are organizations out there offering help to people who wish to leave. You have your youth giving it all to a dumbass cult. I'm sorry. This is one of the worst tricks anybody ever pulled on desperate seekers and the heartbroken. This is an obvious lie. Call the SPTV Foundation for this help. Call the SPTV Foundation 727-266-5797. It can help you get a job, a little bit of scratch, so you can get your feet under you, get you a place to stay. Psychological counseling. SPTV Foundation 727-266-5797. Call them and redeem your humanity. Leave this cult. All right. So we did a little walk, and here they are, and they're going to get ready to leave here. And let's see, are we zoomed? We're zoomed. Okay, we're not zoomed. How's it going, y'all? All right. So I can't set foot in this parking lot. They've given me the warning of the pass of the Tress, and I will abide by that. And they've got to open their window in their car. Oh, nice little lady waiting. Okay, so NCF 5971. Leave this cult today. Oh, they're listening. No, they're not listening to music. You can choose to leave this cult. Leave with what's left of your youth.
We'll help you get out.
She looked scared.
Yeah, she looked worried. She kept looking behind her.
Yes. Oh yeah, and they tried to get the cops all over me for following them back to this parking lot, calling it harassment. And like, you can do whatever you want, just like, don't threaten them, don't block their path, don't lay a hand on them. I'm like, you see what I do? Try to keep 8 feet between me and them at all times, so that they can't even barely claim that, like, they get under like the camera lens and, oh, he touched me right there. Nope, none of that. So that I can follow them, and they hate it. They're parking on Guadalupe down a block. They've got another parking lot down there that they use, but it's mainly this one. And as you can, correct, I believe so too. So this person, I'm almost certain, no handicap placard, right? Parked in this handicap spot, blocking this cutout that's meant to be wheelchair access, right? So
The dude,
that should be parking enforcement.
in the long hard shirt.
Yeah, that went into the front door, right? He went into that's what Chad said. Chad said he went into the front door.
No hesitation.
So we called it. Awesome. Yeah, that guy. I mean, yeah, so they're putting more people on the street. And yeah, they've got more assets out here, and they're trying to be slick about it. And I mean, they haven't been slick in a long time. So why do they think they can do it now? I mean, so it's a whole lot of new staff, a lot of people that we haven't seen every week. New people are they bringing to this punishment org to try to, I think, kickstart it into action, and perhaps, and I mean, each time they're having to do that, it's like a whole bunch of money that they have to spend moving them around, flights, training, putting them in their housing, birthing, like you're in a fake space navy, and all that stuff. Turnover is expensive for any organization.
Not $1 billion.
Yeah. So, write them up here. Like, they're going to have a harder time bringing the hoses and the buckets up here to wash this off. So we've been doing them further afield. I just contacted a print shop in town. Gonna have a bunch of stuff like handbills and posters and all sorts, and try to, like Pearl and I have been saying for a while, do campus, like flyer up the campus, all the activity centers, all this stuff. And all over town where they're not, and it'll stay there for a while. So I think that's good for now. This building's going up fast. So yeah, how you been?
Good. Been out of town a lot. It's on the food.
Sounds good. Scientology was too crazy for Charlie Manson. You got that right. That's actually
True.
Historically true. Chucky didn't like it. He's like, yeah, no, I'm going to write songs for the Beach Boys. You guys are nuts. And, oh, yeah.
That's what I thought.
Yeah. I mean, so I'm guessing you work for the cult of Scientology, right? So I just have to put forward, child auditing is child abuse, and if you're involved, you're a child abuser. Okay. So Elgin, Texas.
Oh, we got company.
All right. So chat, that car's illegally parked, this one right here, Elgin, Texas, with that plate, in a handicap zone and blocking a path of egress for wheelchairs. Call parking enforcement in Austin, Texas, and have them towed. At the corner of Nueces and 22nd Street, this parking lot, corner of 22nd and Nueces.
Did you guys know there is no OT 9 and 10 COB live? There is nothing else to wait for.
Anyway, pretty sure
Oh, are you aware that child auditing is child abuse? Have you been involved in the auditing of any child, or have you been audited by a child? If so, you're a child abuser. And as such, you work and live for a child trafficking racket. And as such, you should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. And your name will go down in ignominy as a disgusting child trafficker. You can leave this cult at any time. It's your choice to stay. You can choose to leave. You can choose to leave. Disgusting child traffickers. Nice whataboutism, right? Deflecting to somebody else. You didn't even freaking defend yourself.
Thank you.
Is that what you call confronting and shattering suppression, you cowards? Is that what you call confronting and shattering? How are you going to clear the planet like that?
Communication is a universal solvent.
It sure is. How's that communication? I would say very poor. So thank you for that. Hey, chat. Hey, guys. Any enterprising person who wants to call parking enforcement in Austin, Texas, at the corner of 22nd and Nueces, right? Catty corner from that building is this car that is illegally parked in a handicap spot. And it is also blocking the handicap space to go. They couldn't even. So this is OT 9 and 10 flunk. So Pearl's identified OT 9 as driving and OT 10 as parking, and they failed at all of them. They're not properly teched out, and so that's why they're such bad parkers and drivers. But so yes, this Toyota, whatever the heck, Elgin, Texas, as a vanity plate, should be easy to identify. Any of y'all take it upon yourselves to give them a call. Let's see, Michael, Twyla Luna, Turnip Greens, hello. Itzel, did you notice that they took out the parking sign, the paperclip? Yes, I did, Itzel. Definitely noticed that. So EA, one of the things that they did in the front, maybe Pearl told you, maybe you heard this story. They took like a, they basically took just a parking sign on their own and like took the large office clips that are meant to bind together like 70 sheets of paper or something and clipped just some parking sign onto the actual parking sign in Guadalupe, saying that it was restricted parking and only authorized vehicles. For like 2 weeks they had it. Ooh, we're having a party. I think they were singing a Disney song or something. And now they're saying hi. So it looks like a bunch of Scientologists coming out the side door. Oh, some very frail individuals. So just don't breathe too hard. You might fall over. Hi, Scientology. How's it going? Kinda not disguising yourselves very well at all. How's it going at the child trafficking ring today? To destroy a bunch of innocent human lives for profit? Or to sell a book? Or to, I don't know, disseminate a completely failed philosophy? You understand, children cannot consent to auditing, right? And that child auditing is child abuse? And that if you've ever received auditing from a child, if you've ever been in the room, if you've assisted it or protected it, you've been involved in or assisted or protected child abuse and should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Children cannot consent to auditing, not giving it, not receiving it. And once the feds catch up to you, it's going to be RICO time. And you're all going to be co-conspirators who are going to be equally guilty for the entire conspiracy's crimes. Do you think David Miscavige is going to protect you when this comes down? Or is he going to liquidate some of his assets, some billions of dollars, and run to a country with no extradition treaty with the United States? You think he's going to protect you? Do you think that vicious Wolverine would protect anybody but his own hide? Leave the cult of Scientology with what's left of your golden years. Don't have much left. Or, I guess, when the feds catch up to you, spend the rest of your twilight in a federal supermax for what you're doing. Because that's what you actually deserve. For the destruction of innocent human lives, for the destruction of children's lives. You deserve to lose all of your freedoms for the rest of your natural life. That's what you deserve. Child trafficking is your legacy. Human degradation is your reputation for all time. Throughout history, your names will ring out in ignominy and infamy. That's what you have left. I don't expect any of you to leave. I expect to make an example of people like you so that this community knows not to trust one of you as far as they can throw your car. Child traffickers is what these people are. The Church of Scientology is a wholesale child trafficking ring, and that's what we have in Austin, Texas. These are some of the oldest and boldest child traffickers in Austin. Mark and remember, do not trust your children or anybody else you know and love with these people. Good afternoon. I hope you're well. Or it's evening, I guess. You too. Peaceful drama. Peaceful drama. Yeah, paradoxes. All right, we're going paradoxical now. All right. A paradox, a most intriguing paradox. Ha 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 ha. A paradox. Okay, y'all. Wow. Well, I get over here and I get in a little bit of run, and you know, I try to make it back, and I just run into other ones, and I run into other ones, and I run into other ones. And honestly, I don't have a ton of hope for especially those folks who they're running the show over here, and they're basically taking their friends down to the graduation, and you know, look at how great we're doing at the org, and I mean, look at how great we're doing at the org. Look, we can't keep anybody on course. Look, we can't do any business. Look, we can't convert anybody. Look, we have a bunch of our own staff committing crimes while we're attempting to bull bait protesters. It's just failure after failure after failure of theirs. And so again, each and every week, I ask, what the heck do they have to celebrate? What the heck are they graduating? You know, I mean, they might be able to give out 10 or so certificates or something, right? But like that, I think that's about it. I don't think it's much more than that. Wow, every time I open my mouth, I'm losing moisture. There's some real heat, guys. Oh, the heat, like, you know, in a cheesy play. And it's hot too, you know. Yeah. Selfless on a hot tin roof. Oh, so we're just peeking out of the child trafficking ring to see if it's safe. Did you see your shadow? Might get 7 more years of Scientology crimes. Is that what it is? Oh, dude, okay, please email me. Looking forward to talk about that. Looking forward to do that. Looking forward to coordinate. I'm not going to picture this. I wouldn't dream of it. It's the most disgusting thing that while I'm here is direct child trafficking, right? Is people ruining their children's lives for a stupid cult because they're an incompetent parent and they're irresponsible and they can't handle themselves. Irresponsible and incompetent. Destroying lives. If you take your kids into Scientology, you're not good. You're not kind, and you're destroying your children. If you're taking your kids into Scientology, you're destroying them. I have friends who are working their whole lives to recover from this, and you're just starting them down a perilous journey to hell if you're taking them into Scientology. I've got no patience for you. So hi, you know, child auditing is abuse, right? Have you ever received auditing from a child? Huh? I'll take that as a yes. I'll take that as a yes that you have received auditing from a child. Do you know what that makes you? Child auditing is child abuse, and if you received it, that would make you a child abuser. Okay? And as such, you're working at a child trafficking ring. Leave this child trafficking ring with your dignity and your humanity, whatever's left of it. Scientology is a cult, and a destructive cult that destroys children. Okay, thanks, Selfless. Can't wait for him to come back to Boston. He's going to be amazing while traveling. I've watched him at Post Snappy right now. Got 2 phones. Thanks. Cubs Champion 16, doing the work, doing the recon out there in Boston. Solid citizen, absolutely serving the community by well, it looks like, they've been trying to push at that property that's, next to the highway that's tucked away in that little zone. That's really freaking smart that you sniffed that out. Definitely admire the heck out of that. Sorry, guys. Whoops. No, it's the best. So, oh yeah, definitely very interested to see what you've come up with. Oh, where'd that purple nurple go? Is that it? I just throw it in there? Is that the purple nurple? Okay. All right. So maybe I can do a letter. No, absolutely. Each and every one of us. Boston really needs it, because Boston could be used as a really great example. I think Massachusetts didn't really ever care for Scientology. I think the New England kind of vibe, it's not as brains in the sky as a lot of other places, especially Los Angeles, California. And so it didn't have as much of a toehold, not as many broken seekers, a lot more practically minded people, right? So I think a lot of the locals have seen it as just kind of an unavoidable blight upon the land. But if we're able to, what I want to do is compile enough information on the Church of Scientology in Boston to present a dossier of their illegal activity, of their crimes, of their tax evasion, of their kind of shell game with their nonprofits, which is just a common tactic done by a bunch of criminal organizations, and present that to the state AG and the former state AG, Governor Maura Healey, who I have kind of an in with. This has been my kind of dreamy dream about bringing all this back to Boston and stomping all over the Church of Scientology with that in a 1-2, trying to leverage whatever personal connections I might have with state actors, and try to accelerate. Yeah, you're totally. To try to accelerate that process. And I think, Maura Healey also, she's gone after powerful organizations like this. She went after the Catholic Church. I think she likes this kind of stuff. And if I'm not mistaken, she was raised Catholic and she wasn't afraid to do that. And again, anything like that, some major politician, whoever it is that figures they're going to make their bones off of making an example of Scientology will be, I think, a pack leader and a trendsetter. I think there will be another number of other enterprising people, and especially lawyers, that will see blood in the water. They'll see a weakened organization that can no longer defend themselves from a governor. Let's see, when I get back, I can show you all the cult buildings and give you, thank you so much. Looking very much forward to that, Cubs Champion, that's the shit. Is that building on a hill? It looks like it's on a driveway on a hill. Is that building, Dallas? Oh, the Dallas one. Okay. Right. Yeah, I haven't even seen the picture. It'd be interesting where they've tucked it away. I mean, Dallas, if you're talking downtown, is it downtown? That would be surprising. I would expect them to be in the sprawl. of the Dallas area. Wow, I think I wasn't in the sun for all the time ever, but I burned. I can feel it. I'm a bit lobstery. All right, y'all. So, whoa. Yeah, man. Yeah, looking forward to that info. And no, I mean to speak aloud about the child trafficking and to just get it in their ear. I don't know that it'll change anybody. I mean, I do hope that it rings out in their minds when they, lay their head in their pillow and go Betty bye, in their private moments, in their private thoughts that they can't expose to anybody because they're in a high control group. But I do hope that it rings out and that it's like a telltale heart after a time for them. I really do. But I'm pretty aware that it nearly doesn't have the possibility of being achieved. Oh, you're getting in your steps today. How's it going? Yeah, getting in those steps.
I watched several people take a picture of you videoing and talking to the scientists.
Yeah.
And so I would ask them, are you taking a picture of the Scientologist? And they would say, is that what he's doing? Is that what he's saying? I say, yeah, we're against Scientology.
Yeah.
They're like, oh, okay, good. Well, I heard him saying stuff, but I wasn't sure what it was about. And one guy said, I wasn't sure if he was interviewing them. I said, no, he's not interviewing them because they're not allowed to talk.
Yeah, they're really not. And I mean, who interviews people at the top of their lungs? And, accusing them of a variety of awful crimes against humanity and individual people as well.
But they have become quite a spectacle in this neighborhood.
Yes, they are.
And people are taking pictures.
They are taking pictures and taking notice. It's interesting. I think the summer session has started here, and it seems, we had like a bunch of kids on orientation last week, earlier in the week.
And kids at camps.
And kids at camps. We saw that just over there, I'm guessing. It sounded like they were singing High School Musical or something. I don't know. But we've been getting more interactions after a little bit of a lull. Trying to do more of that because awesome. Generally, we're not getting anybody out of this cult.
Pretty sure that chick either works for Scientology or is Scientologist. She was taking pictures but would not talk to me.
Yeah.
Either time I tried to engage her.
Yes, and she was up and down, and there's Longhorn guy.
Oh, it's back?
He's back out. They're really putting it out today.
Seriously. They got a crowd today.
Oh man. I mean,
And they're sending them out all through doors.
it is entertaining to see them get this stupid and desperate and, fall all over themselves to try to get anybody in this org and fall on their face and fail each and every time.
Well, if they were doing great things for the world, great things for people, they wouldn't be so concerned about getting found out today.
No. Yeah, you wouldn't have to hide so much if you didn't have anything to hide. Yeah. Why are you like you're meant to take over the world with this ideology, and like some critic shows up and you close all the blinds and nobody can talk and nobody can look and
Don't help people.
that too. We immediately stop helping people. That's what all charitable organizations do when they face any level of criticisms. Of course, they stop their programs and all their outreach and they just pack it up and go home, right? Because the bombs are falling, or right. That's what Médecins Sans Frontières, or Doctors Without Borders. That's what they do, right? They hear a firecracker and they go running. Yeah. I mean, even Catholic charities aren't that cowardly. Sorry, guys. I have it out for the charities of Catholicism. I'm sorry,
I would
guys.
adjust this to see you if I knew how to do it. With this one,
Say what?
I would adjust this to be.
Oh yeah. I mean, any of them. So like, that'll drop it down. This one does the
I don't
ball.
want to make it fall out. Oh, and then you tighten it.
Yeah. That one does the ball. This one does the base swivel. So yeah. So like that. Yeah. Because thanks for pointing that out, because I'm not always great at adjusting my shot. I've got to start caring, I think, more about my audience, and maybe they'll start caring about me. It's reciprocal with an audience of any kind, and they are definitely a character in the story. No, I'm not curious, and I don't think anybody else should be curious about child trafficking. You're working for a child trafficking cult, is what you're doing. You might want to disguise it with a bunch of other stuff and LRH's dumb shit. But at the end of the day, you're a child trafficker. And that will be your name, your reputation, going down echoing throughout history. Child trafficker. Oh, wow. Look at that. I have a camera person. Gee whiz. Amazing. I love it. So, yeah. Hello. Yeah, I'm trying to concentrate on that basic message. If anything's going to reach these people's consciousness or conscience, I think it might be the terrible crime that's recognized by everybody, which is the destruction of children's lives.
Yes.
It's pretty universal as a moral standing. And if they've got anything left in there of their humanity, that might be the last vestige of it, or it might be the first thing that they try to remove. Maybe not and they would be the first thing they try to remove, because it seems like it. I don't know, the whole children are children, they're old souls and little bodies. And there goes the sun, doo-doo-doo-doo. There goes the sun. And I say, hot damn. It's going down by a few degrees. Hot damn. Hi. My fingers. Yeah, so ow. Yeah, I get to the end and I end up just using my fingers against the pavement. I think this pavement has a fair amount of the tip of my finger embedded into it by now. Yeah. So, all right, y'all. Let's see, are you saying things? Please be respectful with your questions, referring to previous questions. Let's see, the The feels are high. Just a question. Frank, no. Oh, is this a date? No. No.
What?
The, no.
No.
This is EA.
I
No.
love Selfless.
Yeah.
It's not a date.
No, it is definitely not a date. So let's go see Leslie. I'm going to write cult here in a second because I've written Scientology as a child trafficking. You know, I could put an S on it and it could be like kind of, broken Euro English. Scientology is a child trafficking. So. Did I? Oh, it's them. Oh my God. I heard a shriek and it sounded too high pitched to be Pearl. And it was children. But, especially I'm like right at the end of, I'm at the edge of being irresponsible here and not checking. Oh, wow. We're holding court here.
That's some homeless people bullshit.
Yeah. So they're holding court here. Wow. Early, the light is so orange.
That's what I
she was
said.
saying.
I don't think it's always this orange, or I don't know what.
No, it's just early. So like against the blue, the increasing coldness, it's so orang. So
Yes, that is exactly. Oh, thank you, Nora. I appreciate you. I'm gonna tell you. Get your phone. Screw it in my channel.
Okay.
Go ahead, sorry, buddy.
All right. Yeah, it seems like we have a lot more assets on the sidewalk. Deployed by Scientology, doing a lot of photographic kind of shit. Have you seen this? So, did you see when we showed up here, this guy over here?
Ranger.
And did you see Longhorn Shirt Dude? So Longhorn Shirt Dude posted up by the church, by Noises, right? And then posted up at the benches over here. And then posted up at the mailbox across the street right there. And
Stacey Sass screamed, Leslie Perlman is unemployable.
She could not keep her tiaras in Selfless. She was turning around.
Wow.
screaming at Pearl.
wow, y'all,
Yelling that, walking down the street.
pretty amazing.
While she was sucking on her vape.
Yeah,
Classic.
but yeah, the picture takers, there's some people taking pictures of the shit in that tree, not the one right behind you, the one behind that. I really don't know what's going on. It's like something's happening in that tree, and I'm not sure what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, so it seems like they're changing tack again, and they're spending some resources, obviously, to no effect. Again. Oh, what'd you say there, Kimberly? Oh, thanks for the love and support. Right, popping in.
Oh my god, it's the Hyundai 5-speed Hyundai guy again. God damn, we're gonna have to drive a stick, bro.
He's really cool. You got it all wrong. He's just so cool.
I can't take it anymore.
Thanks, Sujo. Yeah, it's been really weird, y'all. It's been really weird. I almost got forced off the road by, happenstance, by, I thought when my car got stolen, that was it. That was it for me. I wouldn't be able to survive it, whatever it was, like it was going to be the expense, or I was just going to have to cobble together enough money to get myself on a flight and go back to Massachusetts. I thought that was it. And just after 7 days, it happened to just by a miracle, it wasn't. Blake, what'd you say? What up, Selfless? I'm modding for Pearly, but just wanted to drop by and let you know I love you, bro, and stay safe. Get them F Scientos. Well, welcome. Thank you very much, Blake. I've just added my first mod that I've had for like the first time in 6 weeks. And looking for more. Because Turnip, you're rocking today. Thank you very much. Everybody, give it up for the Turnip Greens. It's holding it down in nearly, seemingly unmoddable land for a little while.
I
Congratulations, and I'm looking for more useful help. Whoever it is that wants to get on with this thing, I desperately need it, because I've been trying to ride unmodded for all this time, and it's not helping. It's not helping my cause, and it's not helping the channel, especially the way I roll. Like, I don't do a running conversation like Pearl. It's just not how I relate. And people need some kind of interaction, and mods help with that. And so it's a huge mistake on my end, or like not being able to get over myself enough to be able to trust anybody to do it. And I've finally done it. And so, yeah, looking for more, because Turnip Greens isn't going to be able to be here like every time.
Oh, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
I'm gonna need to collect another useful group of people who want to work with this. Oh, you rock. Yeah, I know, that's the thing. Like, Pearl's got a lot of great mods, but they mod for Pearl, and I'm here on the same street, and so there's a lot of cross wires. I would take very many of them if they didn't mod for Pearl, but they do, and so that's just what it is. Yeah, like, don't want to split the baby too much or any more than I already have. Yeah, absolutely. I need some protection out here, and some encouragement, because sometimes I just don't know how to push along the conversation, or I'll get super dark and not be able to pull myself out. Lose the plot a little bit, and it helps.
Thanks, Danny. You too. Right back at it. Right back at it. I'll take it down. On to the next episode. Taking that back?
Yep. It still gets to me, kind of. I've been isolated for so long by the stupid mod war, by these fucking assholes. If I could just say, I've been isolated for so long and behind like a screen where they can just punch me in the face, and everybody needs to keep quiet about it. And in that interim, I've lost everybody that I recognized that came to my channel regularly in Denver, and well, not everybody, but such a large number of people that I used to see around here just disappeared. And I can only imagine had something to do with my name being turned into mud around the place by people who really had it out for me, and on no basis other than, I think, just I don't know what. So, I don't know. I go back and forth from, being super duper pissed because of the, the harm that it's done. And it's just I'm still out here, but it's made it a lot harder and a lot lonelier and a lot more confusing, where I see a bunch of my supposed friends duck behind Ellie's skirts, right? And they know I'm getting beat up by her. They know it. And so, for a bunch of people who still don't show up here, who are meant to be my friends, or people that I shared the streets with, what did you know? And how long did you know it? You want to be a friend to me? Help me understand. Help me understand what this has been. Help me understand how far my name has been sullied and how bad the damage is, so I can even try to fix it. Because I don't even know. I just found out about this stuff. I just found out. I couldn't. And I don't know, I said it on a poster, I don't know what, but I can't tell you guys, I was gonna leave the whole thing, and well, on top of having my car stolen, had a bunch of people treating me like shit. And I was going to quit for like a day, right? For like a day. I was making plans. I was looking at flights to get myself back to Boston. I was looking to just, you know, that's enough. You guys have taken enough from me. You know, that's like the price or whatever. You know, I'm not getting this back. I'm not getting all this stuff back. And nobody cares and blah, blah, blah. It's like really being, you know, well, feeling sorry for myself for a day. And not seeing the point and just seeing all of the negativity and seeing also at the same time that I've been living under, like, you know, the sword of Damocles, my former mods. And honestly, a bunch of my so-called friends protected this person while they knew. While they knew. And for what? For like some channel growth, right? You know, some popular mod who's like in everybody's ear and, you know, greets everybody. And so everybody gets that warm, fuzzy oxytocin feeling oh, Ellie, oxytocin, Ellie. You know, she's giving me a hug with an emoji, Ellie, when she's taking over everything. Talking smack. Trying to take some of us down in a very real way. And it still hurts that obviously you're hearing hurt. You're hearing, I mean, because I want to just like go back to just liking people. I want to go back to just it being okay. I want that to be the case. I want everything to be fine. I want it to go back the way it was, but honestly, it can't, because it's not the way it was. They get negative when you're effective, so they know they can't win. Being stupid is their, well, yeah, Kathy, that's definitely, let's see, selfless self. You have a whole community behind you. Thanks, Turnip. Thanks, Kimberly. And thanks for the people who knew the whole time and did what they could to support me while trying to figure out what could be done. And for a long time, it wasn't clear. We didn't know. And until what happened this week happened, and I've said it a million, Tanny, you rock, dude. Okay, everybody, Danny, I mean, we're going back on this hero stuff. Danny, like, more traveled, been to more cities, and more effective in each and every one. Like, first to defend, first to help. You and Leah and your group of friends are magic. Thank you for everything that you do for this community and the way you do it. You work for a child trafficking ring. You're a child trafficker. Child auditing is child abuse. It's disgusting. You could leave this disgusting cult if you had, I don't know, any kind of dignity, any kind of humanity. You'd see what you were a part of. Just to be part of a group, just to belong. How are those gains you're getting from the courses, though? Are they worth the child trafficking you're involved in? How's clearing the planet going? Yeah, good boy. There's a very beautiful and large German Shepherd that just walked up. I didn't want to disturb him in mid bathroom. So that, yeah, my voice went way down. Right, wonderful. It's amazing, Danny. Like, and I won't stop saying this story. Like, going out there in Chicago and for the first time seeing how Danny and Leah work the street. Like, I just, you know, many of the protests that we've done haven't been that hardcore, haven't been that consequential, and dangerous. And you both just plunged into it and made the best of it, and were street smart and supportive and getting some of the best shots. And I don't know, great interactions with the community, cordial and everything. And I'll tell you, when I landed, all of y'all, I mean, of course, Danny and Leah know this, but I landed in Los Angeles and, you know, had like, I don't know, about half an evening to do La Poubelle and protest at Blue or just hang out around Blue a little bit. And after that had wrapped up, you know, they invited me out to eat, made sure that, like, you know, had a meal off of the road and that I was somewhat sorted, and took care of me in a way. Just, it made me feel invited to Los Angeles. It really helped after, well, 2 punishing long driving days, 2 14-hour days. It's generally, that's what I did that drive in both times. And they really reached out to me and showed me the real human touch. I'll never forget it. It's just, it, you know, I'd had a rough few days and it was wonderful. General Boa, thank you very much. Thanks for subbing. Thanks for the support. No one in the world has ever worked as hard as Danny and Leo worked over the last week. It's crazy. I mean, it's crazy. Their constant dedication and, you know, their selflessness, their willingness to put themselves in harm's way and danger's way, you know, throwing themselves out on the road. You know, it's not all just like fun and games out there on the American road. The American road is effing dangerous. Like deadly. So all of that. Yeah, handling all those cities also well, getting along with so many people, and also showing that it's possible. Showing people that you can pick up and get off your couch and do a little driving for a little while and end up on the other side of the nation. Pearl and I had the idea to rotate me as a mod on your channel. If you would have me every month, if you would like, I could mod for you starting now for this month. Blake, are you offering? You're offering to be my mod, Blake? I mean, hell yeah. Hell yeah. I mean, I will bestow upon you mod right now if you say, yes, mod me. I can't believe my insane luck. This is insane. Well, all right. So, I mean, that seemed like an affirmative to me, but, you know, yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Now, yeah, do a lot of good for channels and stuff, keeping it along. And you are modded. Hold that wrench with honor and aplomb. Yes, with distinction and everything, the rights and privileges therein. Fuck yeah. What a lucky duck am I for that. Thank you. And thanks to Pearl, for both of you for having this brainstorm. Y'all gonna make me cry. It's been a long, strange trip, and all of Pearl's mods. Yeah. Nope. Wow, that'll be hilarious. No, seriously, it's great. That's great. That's freaking great. I'm so excited. Absolutely. It seems like, at least in my end, after letting go of this albatross around my neck of this, you know, secret that I've been suffering under, and somebody's just been able to, like, kind of under the table, just like, you know, I don't know, kick me in the vitals. Everything's coming around right. Yeah, great choice. I mean, I didn't think it was a possibility. I just, and well, that should teach me, I guess, about what actual possibilities are. And if you're not actually looking for all of them all the time, maybe you're going to miss them. All right. Turnip Greens and Blake Reed as my mods. Thank you both so much. Thank you both. Aww. Yeah. No, Leslie threw me a mod. And well, you guys conspired to get me more better modded. Mo better mod. All right. Thanks to y'all. Holy Moses. Oh, so let's see. You're coming out of the child trafficking building in civilian clothes, trying to disguise your identity or your affiliation with a disgusting child trafficking ring. I would say you don't have scruples, morals, or courage. The courage of your convictions or anything, seemingly. Leave this child trafficking cult. Kids cannot consent. Child auditing is child abuse. If you're involved in that in any way, you're involved in child abuse. If you leave the cult and admit your crimes, if you try to do better for the people trapped in here and make up for the lives that you have destroyed, maybe you can win back your humanity. But barring that, forget it. Your name will go down in infamy as a child trafficker. Thanks for the back filming. I love it. It makes me hungry. It does. I get, ooh, chomp. They back film and I'm like, oh yeah, that's, you look so perturbed. It looks like it's working. Thanks for the proof of concept. I didn't know that I needed the proof of concept, but you've provided it. Thank you so much. Chomp. Yeah. I'm glad you got that. Somebody. Yeah, that's right. Snap into it and all the other commercial stuff. And yeah, are you gelling? Right on. In Massachusetts, the monster truck commercials, I mean, they're all of a kind. They sound, especially the ones from the 80s and 90s, the monster truck commercials. Well, okay, so in Massachusetts, the place where they do that is in Worcester, which is Worcester, and it's called the Centrum. And so the commercials would go something like, Sunday at the Worcester Centrum. See, the monster truck, Big Daddy Bodine's truck, the behemoth. And come to meet Truckosaurus. Yeah. Sunday at the Worcester Centrum. Would be, yeah. So I associate that with such words as chomp and other such advertising words. Yeah. It's way off topic, but I think I needed a palate cleanser after such a very young and cowering cult member as that. Good evening, sir. How you doing? Yes, please. He asked permission or something.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah,
That was sweet. He didn't want to ruin your art.
Yeah, people, is it okay? It's not even art, it's just, I can make block letters and I can outline them a second time. Wow.
We know they weren't a Scientologist because they were very courteous.
Yeah, no, definitely, exactly. It's like, it's not as much effort as like Andy Warhol sometimes, or I don't know. The silkscreen stuff, it's more effort than that. And then he had a bunch of other people on speed doing it for him. Yeah. That was the factory. And it kind of changed the idea of modern art. So it's hard to, I'll make this art at some point, I guess. But there are some real chalk artists out there that their forced perspective stuff is amazing. Like you walk up on a chunk of sidewalk and it looks like you're going to fall into a pit. I love that stuff, but I'm just out here to rabble-rouse and make them upset with ideas that are antithetical to their knowledge claims that they can't defend. So, or that they're unwilling to somehow. It's either, I don't know, ignorance, idiocy, or cowardice, and I don't know. They're all pretty similar in a way, or their presentation is similar. Okay, so every night, good evening. Hope you're well. Oh, good. Go right ahead and get in the shot. That's cute. I don't know if you all can hear the bells of that church chiming out, "I've been working on the railroad." They also chime out at some point one of the village theme songs in, I think, The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, which is bizarre. A Twilight Princess song. Rising up so early in the morn. Oh, can't you hear the captain shouting? Oh, die, now blow your horn. That's what she said. Oh, yeah, is that not suggestive? I'm not sure. Hard to tell. All of my kind of childhood bedtime songs were mixed together. It would be like that one and then Cocaine Blues by Johnny Cash. So I had a lot of questions about that one, as any child would. That's a kind of harsh song. I think one of the best renditions is the concert at Folsom Prison. As maybe some of those individuals have some personal experience with the thematic imagery there of that song. Good evening. It's going all right. Just protesting Scientology for another night.
Oh yeah, bro.
Good deal. Oh yeah. Diana, blow your horn. Yeah. All right. That's a common thing that we're getting close to the end of the shift when Dinah, won't you blow? They don't get into that. Dinah, won't you blow? And I'm guessing somebody doesn't play those, which is unfortunate. I'm guessing it's automated. I could be wrong, because I don't know if you've ever seen somebody play those chimes. It's like a whole room of ropes and stuff, and lined up in a series, like a keyboard. Sometimes not that well organized, sometimes organized, and the sheet music for a melody, because sometimes you're playing 2-note chords, or sometimes you're like arpeggiating a 3 or 4 note chord. I look like I was maybe milking a cow there, but yeah, they are played by hand at times, but I think a lot of these, and especially smaller and modern churches, have them automated by now. More reliable, plays the same thing. You don't have to hire the person. All bottom line stuff, but of course the quality suffers, and the art gets lost. The actual human touch of the thing, which takes, I think the passing on of the wisdom of such a practice, which would be applying the knowledge over time of such a practice, which would be the accumulated information about the techniques. And so it takes a whole lot of time and some generations to generate that kind of wisdom, from information to knowledge to wisdom. And if you stop the practice, then it takes a little while to get it going again. Sometimes people have to read an old book to figure out what people were doing, because there's nobody doing it right now. For instance, I had a bunch of friends that built harpsichords that were instruments from the 1700s that would be like a gift from the King of England to a French princess. And a lot of these techniques were lost for a few hundred years, until about the turn of the century, until a few enterprising builders went throughout Europe scouring a bunch of records and cobbled together all of the old joinery techniques from the 16 and 1700s of how to build harpsichords the way they did it without nails or glue, without nails or screws or any kind of affixers like that, building them like a puzzle This like all perfect puzzle pieces going together, all joinery. And joinery so fine that you can't see the seams, right? Once it's put together. I mean, you can if you look really hard. And the people that I knew who were doing this could, by their natural eye, they could see the difference of a 64th of an inch. And those skills, you need to cultivate them. It's not everybody that has them. And so, yeah, whenever I see these things go away to like some kind of modernization, I think, oh, there's another human enterprise that's being taken over by a robot. And unfortunate that we don't have enough time in the day to be able to have enough leisure time to keep all of these practices of humanity alive. Oh, wait a minute, we actually do, and we're put up to a bunch of make work stuff that's not actually essential for living. All right. And so we lose like the best of human civilization and culture to convenience and efficiency schemes. Oh no. Oh no. So one of my favorite novels on this subject is Kurt Vonnegut's first novel called Player Piano, which is it's about automation in a factory, a bunch of factory workers, and seeing the automated machinery going in and seeing people become aware of it and their fear and all of the issues. And it is a comedy. And then I think, well, no spoilers. Player Piano by Kurt Vonnegut is a very, 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 very good novel. By a very young novelist who had a long way to go, but it's brilliant and speaks directly to this. And it's not very long. And generally, Kurt Vonnegut books, if you like that kind of pace, they're very entertaining and you can burn through them real quick. And they all have something pretty important to say. So, here we go. So finally, Scientology is a child trafficking, maybe the brightest part of it, cult. And then, yeah, there's an arrow. And it goes to this door, and in this door they have the power washer. So I think that's kind of funny. We're pointing right at where the power washer is to indicate like the whole cult or part of the cult or nothing but the cult. So help you God. Cult. Yeah. Let's take a break and talk to Leslie. Let's do this. And there goes the sun. There's a monochrome fade of blue to like a weird pinky orange. Or as I like to say, another word that rhymes with orange would be pink and orange, otherwise known as porange. Now, porange could refer to pink orange or purple orange. So you could say pure orange or pure orange. Close enough, right? So, or blue orange would be borange, you know, or grorange, green orange. These things, although they might not be in the dictionary now, next step, the world. See this crack in the door? Child auditing is child abuse. If you are involved in the auditing of children within this building, you are involved in child abuse and should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Oh, go ahead and lock the door. We'll call the fire marshal. Go ahead and lock it. It's illegal. You do it all the time. Go ahead and lock the front door again. Thank you very much, Turnip. Thank you. Okay, so you're going to close the door, but it's still broken. You see how it's cracked still? Because if you look at the top of the door frame, the two different doors are hung at two different angles. They're not similar. right? And for an aluminum door and aluminum frame, that's going to cause you a lot of problems. So you have to call a doors and hardware specialist and have the door rehung. And that will fix this problem. Why do you not fix the problem? It's my question. See, because it's like, look, you know, there's this gap at the top. Like, if you're doing heating and cooling in your house, do you want that kind of a gap? I don't think so. You do not. You don't want that kind of a gap. And so, yeah, so they've got, you know, their pantyhose shade tech, and then they've got this extra screen. But look at the stick of truth again. Defeating all. So you can see right into their stupid cult. Hi, guys. You know, your screens don't really work because, you know, we have tripods and stuff. Maybe you should get like higher protective screens or something. I don't know. Something that actually works so you're not like failing at absolutely everything that you do. Tan Joby! Child auditing is child abuse, Tan Joby! Child auditing is child abuse! How are the cat pictures? How's your art going? So here we have the calm face of, I would say, the banality of evil. Going along with evil for evil's sake, for protection. Maybe, you know, a little acceptance into the group, maybe a little nookie, I'm not sure. But this person will take all of that and ignore all of the damage that they see going on all around them. The pure human degradation happening to her peers, to herself, to her parents, to her kids, if she has any, to everybody around her. She'd rather take her little oxytocin hit and have her belonging than do the right thing. If you're involved in child auditing, which is child abuse, you should go away in chains. You should lose your freedom for destroying innocent human lives, for destroying children's lives. You should all lose your freedom and learn what you have been doing to innocent people for yourself, personally. Hey, what's up, man? Say what? Oh, right. So, okay. So Scientology, they're what? So yeah. So like, so right off the bat, what they'll try to do, they'll do the self-help thing, right? Like a lot of cults. Yeah, exactly. So personality test or a stress test. What they'll do, and they have like a chart of like, okay, like you're this extroverted or you're crazy, or like what it is that they're trying to do with any of these tests. And 100% of the time, they'll identify, whoever goes in here and takes that personality test, they'll identify what they call your ruin, basically what's wrong with you. And then they'll say, okay, now we've told you what's wrong with you. Now we have the only thing that can fix it. Here's this book, here's this course. And they'll try to basically make you dependent upon them and their fixes for your life. And then you give your life to them and they'll take that too. Correct. And that's why we write cult in front of the thing. And thank you very much. Thanks for your time and attention, man. Absolutely. No, this is exactly what we're trying to do is interactions with the community.
You know that this building has been shut down for years.
Yeah, that's right.
And then they just reopened it like no one came to buy the lease or nothing. They just Scientology again.
Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah, they renovated it. That's you know, that used to be like all open. There used to be an arcade.
Yeah.
And it was like February 26th is the end of February. That they just reopened it. And this person right here ruined their opening. Ruined it for them. Yeah. It was awesome. Ruined their audio.
That's good.
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, in front of their dear leader. Like they shut down this street over here. They had a whole event, and it's like it is dangerous. It's the highest kind of security because they're like $1 billion organization. So
that you can clearly see is a
cult. Correct. And they don't care.
Allowing it though.
All of us, you know, because whoa.
It's well, it's easier.
It's even easier, right? And um, you know, I think a lot of people, like a lot of these cults, they think, oh, they're just selling them a book, and it's, you know, just people getting sucked. Yeah, just people getting suckered in for a little bit of money, and it's no harm. You know, just like yeah, totally.
It's like you're trying to mind control somebody.
Well, absolutely, you're trying to mind control somebody for money.
Yeah.
Yeah, just to like take their money out of their wallet and take it. Well, if they get really addicted, take their time, because like the staff that's working in here. Well, right, but they're not even getting paid like regular people. They'll work like 70 to 100 hours a week, and they'll make $47 a week, right? And so the trade-off is that you get free courses. So you get to do Scientology for free, but if you leave, they'll stack up all of those charges against you. Like if you become now you owe them in what they call a freeloader debt, right? Which is unenforceable by the courts. Like, they'll just try to shame people into paying them thousands of dollars to leave so that it won't be more painful for them. And people will just do it. And that's why it works. You bet.
Keep going, man.
Thanks, man. Indeed. You have a great night. Thanks for your time and attention. All right, y'all. That was fun. I'm not sure if I unplugged my whole rig. My battery fell off and like a bunch of stuff got unplugged. I'm not sure if this mic's still working or connected. It looks like it's kind of freaking out here for a second, but maybe not. Looks okay. Am I heard? These taps. Are these taps tapping? Is this a thing? I see there's a few. Yay, DT30, thank you very much. Okay, so I think I've done some. Yeah. All right, what'd you say? Let's see. Original Ann had a friend that lived in South Texas. I miss her and visiting Texas. Yeah. I'm back on the East Coast now. Miss Austin, University of Austin alum. Wow, all right. So you know this. The Tower Bells are playing UT theme song, The Eyes of Texas. Deep in the eyes of Texas. Is that what you're going to look into? You're going to look into the... I don't know if I missed any Scientologists. I could have. There's a big group of students and there could be some Scientos mixed in there, but I don't think so. I think they're probably waiting for me to leave so that they can shepherd people in and out. Those boxes are for recycling, I'm thinking. So. Yeah, so here we are in the alley, finally. Okay, so and try to keep an eye on the head of it so that we're not losing all of the duckies. Speaking of, I mean, as soon as I say duckies, I think of Serge. Like, I think of Serge Delmar and how he says duckies. I love it. I really, I wish to the gods of wishingness that Serge and Michael are having a glorious time in Italy. I miss it myself. And well deserved. They do so much for this movement and keeping the focus where I think it needs to be, on the innocent kids, and especially after what Michael went through, but anytime, I say, those two deserve the best of everything. And I wish, if they ever see this, I wish both you, Serge and Michael, the best of everything. So, oh man. So I had last night. I was sitting out on the porch. I had a cockroach land on me about that length, and kind of went, "Ugh," and then kind of like under my arm. I had to like flap, and it flew off. Janice Kr. Great to see you. Hey yourself. Good to see and be seen. Here we are. Here we are in the stinky. Yeah, absolutely. It's Serge's story that. I mean, there's a lot of stories. Like, God damn it, Nora's story, Aaron's story, Liz Ferris's story. I came too late. Laura Anderson's 30-part series of her time in Scientology. Lit a fire under me that I don't want to put out, and I don't think it's possible, and I hope it isn't possible. I'm a child SA victim, and I don't know what it is to live in a high control group, but I know what it is to have to live by your wits, knowing that the regular protections that everybody says is in place for you as a kid are not in fact there, and you just have to survive, and nobody's coming for you. And the thing is, like, I may have had help around me, but like so many SA victims, especially child SA, you know, they believe it's their fault and nobody wants to hear it. Nobody wants to know. And they'll get in trouble if anybody knows. It's how abusers also keep you there. And I mean, I know that. I know the confusion and growing up with your brain being different than other people because of what you've experienced. And it's never going back, and it's not going to be like other people. It just can't be. And then on top of that, the misunderstanding and the bigotry that goes with that. Like, people don't want to know these things. They don't want to know that life gets this bad. They don't want to know that this happens to people. They don't want to know that it happens to kids, and they don't want to know that it happens to you. So for like Serge's story, or the stories of the kids who are subjected to this shit by these assholes for money, struck a serious chord. And I've been looking to do more to fight this thing ever since. It's the beginning of March, April, it's the beginning of my 4th month of doing this, and I feel re-energized after a bit of a downturn. I think it's just like a big season of learning, but it's that resonates with me, and Serge's emphasis on that issue makes so much sense to me. I mean, I could be somewhat biased because of my personal experience, but I don't think so. Thank you, Blake. So, and I've said it before today in some way, not directly, not like this, but I think the imagination of the public, of general people, can be captured if we can explain to John and Jane Q public what's going on behind these closed doors and what Scientology has been hiding for all this time, and to associate Scientology with child abuse directly, and that's basically what it is. And then maybe next a financial racket, where it's a fake church with a fake 501c3 status, fake religious exemption for tax, and that needs to be removed. But first, the fucking kids. And I think Serge's emphasis on this, and as much as any of the foundations focus on that, we're going to be able to reach the most people. We're going to be able to show directly the harm that's happening right now. Not back in the bad old days, not in the LRH days, right now. And you can solve it right now by supporting this or supporting that. So I'm glad of anybody that takes up this message and furthers it. And seeing, I think it was about a month ago, Aaron Smith-Levin brings Serge on and does it up a treat, gets right into it, and keeps that emphasis there. And anybody that does that for any amount of time, I'm going to say yes. I'm going to celebrate that. That moves that ball down the field. That's fine. That's great. Can't argue. So, yeah. For that reason, I've just triggered myself a little bit, I think. I've just put myself in like full reach of my own trauma. And that, it's all right. Bringing up this stuff, like, it's what happens. And I think this stuff needs to be shared from time to time, but I don't need to get into the gory details with you. That's not what's necessary to convey. What's necessary to convey is a lot of us out here on the streets have our own personal experiences with similar injury, trauma, deprivation, control as what's experienced in Scientology. And it's why we're out here. Partially because we have empathy and sympathy, because we can feel it. Because we don't have to have it intellectualized for us. We can feel it in our bones. Getting a little ramped. Getting a little amped. And like I'm about to cry and I'm about to yell. So I know I'm triggered when all the emotions at the same time. So how isolating it is, like, and what a child goes through trying to explain it away for themselves, and going through like cycles of self-blame and self-denial and covering up for people when you don't have to, or and then after like a lifetime of that, you get like, well, some real emotional disorders, the depression, anxiety, because of your hopelessness, and you're not knowing when the other shoe's going to drop, and you're worried about the future, and you can't handle the future, and you don't have the regular emotional strength that other people have. And then you can, with that all untreated, you can possibly get into way more antisocial stuff with this kind of activity. So, like, every time I hear about it, I want to run in there and get the kids out. I want to, report all of those parents to the Department of Social Services if I thought they'd do anything. And in some places, in some municipalities, they do great work. And in other places, or just like individuals in certain offices, do horrible things to families. I mean, it's a crapshoot. So, and I think people working in that industry would also tell you that. It's not, they would tell you, or some of them would. But that's partially why, like, I'm so motivated to be out here, and why I left my comfortable home and my musical practice. Why I put I put everything that I have on the line. Well, Gene, I don't know. Christy, with things like that, I tend to think that it's nurture more than nature as most things. I mean, if you look at the studies for like personality traits and what is tied genetically and what isn't, things like that, I don't know. It's kind of more down like the monozygotic twin studies for preferences like that usually go down to like, I don't know, affinity for certain groups and certain kinds of work, um, certain kinds of activities. But being empathic or not, some people have it naturally, I think. But it's also down to, I think, your first few imprinting stages, um, or developmental markers. And so, like, it's going to be really hard to have empathy if you were not nurtured as an infant, if you were fearful, if you were rejected, if your parent was cold, and if you were, if you were afraid of them, right? If you didn't have a nurturing time, like a lot, that's going to be the base of a lot of your trust on an animal level. That is going to be hard to get around if it goes poorly. And so that's why child abuse of the very young is just so absolutely disgusting, because what you're setting up is somebody for like a whole hell of a lot of pain and perhaps a lot of failure before they're able to get on their feet, maybe halfway through their life and maybe never. But empathy, I find, is usually down to experience, and like people who aren't empathic more commonly are ignorant of other people's plight, like a child. And if they see it for themselves in a way that they can digest, those attitudes can be blown apart. And I've seen it happen in the old, those attitudes, like, staunch Republicans who don't believe in any social services, who don't believe in anything, helping anybody, completely believe in rugged individualism, and I've got mine, Jack, and, F you. Completely change it around and see the benefit of like communitarianism and shared wealth, and how it's more expensive if we don't help people on the bottom. It takes more, it always does, it always has. It takes more money to deal with them once, human beings are all the way, blown apart. It's much easier, much cheaper to deal with them before they get to an emergency state. But yeah, empathy is, for me, I find it to be usually learned. And like the ability to do it can be taken from you. And I think Scientology works specifically to do that, to eradicate empathy through auditing and through the training routines. They're meant to eradicate human response to stimulus. And they effectively do it. And I would say that's child abuse of a sort too. Oh, when you're talking about actual trauma, yeah. It's hard to know any of these things until you've lived it. And I wouldn't wish that upon anybody, I wouldn't say, oh, you've got to learn here, No, definitely not. But what really helps is listening. What really helps cut through like misunderstandings and bigotry is openness and understanding and listening to other people's plights. And a lot of people just don't want to know, like I'm saying before, they don't want to know that life is that bad. They don't want to know that it's happening right under their nose. And, even families that have this happen and it's obvious and it's clear, they'll deny it for decades just so that they can have what they think is a comfortable life while very many people suffer around them and perhaps, live a hellish existence, because people just want their normal day, they don't want to be bothered with all these alarms and surprises. And it ends up isolating people with trauma even more, because generally traumatized people can feel, oh, we know nobody wants to deal with this. We know people turn off and tune out and walk away and just give up, and all the time you know, those of us who've had to live with this forever, for most of our lives, for me since I was 5, like I don't have very many memories before this event in my life. And yeah, some people just don't want to know. Most people don't. They just want to live their lives. That's why they don't want to know about politics. They don't want to know the pain in the world. They don't want to know the prison stats. They don't want to know about the stats about about you know, the diseases of despair, so-called terrible euphemism for overdoses and suicide. Terrible. I mean, we need frank language, I believe, to be able to describe these things. I think the euphemisms don't help victims as much as they help people on the outside feel better about talking about these things. I'd rather more people know the reality of these situations than having to hide from them. I think there would be more openness and more open and frank discussions, and more people would be aware about these things if we weren't so scared of them, and less children would be abused if there was more awareness and conversations about these difficult topics. And so the reluctance to have these conversations in frank and open and perhaps curt and terse terms, I find to be less than productive, and shows a certain callousness to me, wanting emotional stability for convenience's sake over recognizing the difficulty of the human condition. That's my, wow, I've been talking kind of nonstop there. All right. Yeah. Dark humor. Dark humor is dealing with a lot of sarcasm and flatness, and so, yeah, saying the darkest thing with like this kind of a look, or, you know, without giving the nod and the wink, it's tough. Yeah, Turnip, I completely agree. Same here. People reject you. It's like, oh, I don't want to get any on me. Like you have a communicable disease. That's how I've experienced it. And like people want you to make them feel better about it rather than like at all minister to you. Oh, thanks, Turnip. Yeah. Yeah. It's so many stories that, you know, the society would like to think of itself as, yeah, we have these open arms and we protect kids. We do. I'm sorry. I mean, it's maybe better now than it has been in the past, but there's still a huge amount of society that would rather just not know. I mean, it's partly why Scientology exists, why this community isn't curious, is because they don't want to know, right? Because if they did know, maybe they'd have to do something about it. Maybe they would be compelled to have to do something out here. And as long as they don't know, well, shit, you know, just some crazy stuff at a building. Maybe they're selling their stupid books. Maybe they're just as bad as Hare Krishnas, or maybe they're not as bad. I don't know. But if you never found out for yourself, right, if people are being harmed, and you indicate where the information is to be able to find out about this harm, and people won't do it, well, what do we call that? Dark humor is not mean. It might feel mean, okay? Some of us very much survived by dark humor. Okay. I need to be able to laugh at the absurdity of the toughness and the darkness of the human condition and in this world spinning out of control. I need to be able to laugh at the subjects that make people guard themselves and guard their heart. because I've already had all of that blown away. And if I can't find the humor in it, if I can't find that, I'm lost in darkness. I've been forced to find humor in those dark places. And mainly, I think the fellow travelers that I found have also been forced that way. Some people just like, you know, they're like, I like the darker, harder side of things, and I want to joke that way. I'm like, some people are just edgy and they don't need to have that experience. But a lot of people that I know that are, I mean, humorous themselves in a dark way, usually, oh, it's honestly bought. Oh no. Like, you know, I don't know if you know any stand-up comedians, but they're some of the most damaged emotionally people you will ever meet. I mean, almost as bad as ballerinas. But worse than actors. Yeah. It's, you know, and people say about stand-up comedy, don't do it if you can do it. Don't do that. Only do that if you have to do it. I mean, as a profession, because it's such a hard life. It's so hard. And your peers are like the craziest nutters in entertainment. Hey, how's it going? What's up? Oh, yeah, right on. Yeah. So, like, Keller A-Teal, il est, est 10h moins 20. Ouais. It's a child. So I'm not quite there. I can't leave it like that. I can't leave it like it's. I mean, I could, but I could do that in one chalk. I don't have to do the whole thing. So has Pearl packed it up, or is she just looking to send the signal?
Yeah, she was going to see what your time plans were.
Ah, and you're lobbying for a certain thing.
I am.
Yeah.
In fact, I'm the whole problem.
Oh. Okay, so I know where to lay the blame.
That's right.
All right, here it comes. It's all your fault. I knew it. You're a federal agent. That's right. You're a federal agent of drinking time. Okay. Turnip, greens. Thank you for sharing so much about that. I think it's brave for anybody to do that. It's not easy for anybody to talk about their life and their trauma that way, but it's also incredibly valuable for people to be open and say what these experiences were in a clear and understandable way, so that you can arm people with pattern recognition, so that they can see these patterns in their life and in the children around them, so that they could better see patterns of abuse so that they can stop it. So it's part of why it gets perpetuated, is because children are encouraged to not ever talk about it, so nobody knows what it looks like. Nobody knows what the approach looks like, you know, or at least in those communities where these stories aren't shown, nobody knows what the grooming looks like, what the continuation, what the kid lying about the experiences looks like. To be able to recognize these things, you need to know that they exist in the first place, and you need to know how to recognize them. And if you don't have any experience, you need examples. And these are the examples that victims like ourselves, or survivors, maybe better, survivors of child SA, can give. So, Turnip, I mean, obviously you're a great addition. I think a lot of people in this community have this kind of hurt, and it's why a lot of us are out here, is because either we came from a high control group, an abusive family, abuse of some kind, broken in some way, and can see the brokenness of the world through our own hurt, and thus better able to recognize something like, you know, Scientology being just the dumbass, you know, abuse mill that it is. Just so obvious, festering, like awfulness, like out of belief systems, just like a boiling over, erupting pustule. So, and as such, I think is just like ripe for the picking or the culling from the herd. They're a weak animal, as I say over and over again. They're the weak gazelle in the herd. They've broken their ankle or they've hobbled their hip in some way, and it's time for the cheetahs or whatever large cat to take it down. As an example to all of the other ones as well that are now standing that also engage in family separation and child abuse and the covering up of major crimes like child abuse, theft, murder, all of these things allegedly for entertainment purposes. Like the FLDS, like the LDS, like the JWs, like the Seven-Man Dominionists, like on and on and on. There's so many of these little things because the human condition in life is terrorizing, and these people offer total solutions for all of the terrorizing things in life. Just listen to me, and it'll all be fine. Or give me some seed money, buy me a jet, and it'll all be fine. So how does the Tool song go? Yeah. If you want to get your soul to heaven, just believe. Don't you ask or question. You are blind and only faith can heal you. Just do everything I tell you to do. Jesus Christ, why don't you come save my life now? Open my eyes, blind me with your life now. Light now. Deaf and dumb and blind and born to follow. What you need is someone strong to guide you like me. The song Opiate by the band Tool from the EP Opiate. Opiate of the masses, almost certainly. Pretty instructive. Tool also had some things to say directly about Scientology. In the song Anima, title track from the album Anima. I think it's fuck L. Ron Hubbard and fuck all these clones. Fuck all these gun-toting hip gangster wannabes. He's talking about things that he hates in LA and wanting to flush it all down in like the great conflagration of the great earthquake that's going to take that down and turn Southern California into Arizona Bay. Learn to swim, see you down in Arizona Bay. Seeing 40,000 people wish for the destruction of something like that and Mother Nature to send everything back to the starting point is kind of gloriously cathartic. But yeah, fuck L. Ron Hubbard and fuck all these clones. Yeah. Yeah, he's, fuck retro anything, fuck your tattoos, fuck these dysfunctional, insecure actresses. It's a lot of things in LA that I think Maynard James Keenan found objectionable, and I think that's why he lives in Arizona, making his wine. I drove past the vineyards, did not stop. But yeah, I'm skeptical of religious claims in general. I'm sure there are a few believers amongst you, and I am skeptical. I wouldn't say I can prove that your claims are wrong, because I can't. I don't think anybody can. I think that's kind of the point, is that it's not a really great theory if it's impossible to disprove, really. If it's something that's unmeasurable and ineffable, and that's just in your heart and nowhere else. But I think for the purposes that people use it for community, for art, for, a sense of belonging, for a sense of absolution, forgiveness, of universal truth, of there being a plan for things. These are all extremely attractive things that every religion offers. Extremely attractive. Now, why does every religion and every cult offer these same things, you might ask yourself? Because they work. That's why. It's the same techniques as well that we use in the theater to produce dramatic and emotional effects. It's all the same stuff. all the same pacing of an emotional moment, you know, fed by music, fed by like the tone of voice, fed by the ideas presented in a particular order, in a particular way by a person who looks a particular way, and that their look symbolizes particular things in this community, and blah, 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 blah. Playing off of people's expectations for effect. So yeah, oh Reese, oh, who is X? Patrick Skinner, my pleasure, Turner Greens, Blake Reed, great women and her story, something. Scientology was designed for human beings and has no place, that wasn't designed for human beings. I mean, it's not a positive thing that's designed for human beings, Blake, but I think it really was designed for human beings, but it was designed to capture human beings and their spirit, take all of their money, and a cynical, totally selfish, destructive manner. I think it was perfectly designed. It plays on human weaknesses, on the basic human weaknesses that are susceptible to most confidence tricks or con tricks, con men, which L. Ron Hubbard, I mean, if you can't see that this guy's a con man, damn, I've got some swampland in Florida to sell you. And a bridge in New York. How about you interested? I think it was, I mean, it's not designed for the betterment of humanity. I think that's probably your sentiment. I agree with that. It's not. It doesn't better humanity. It's been shown not to, right? So all of these people here on staff, they don't look like they're having a good time at all. They don't look healthy. They don't look happy. They don't look like they can express human emotion, which is like a terrible bit of brain damage that they've done to them. But yeah, it's designed for humans, you know, just like, you know, totalitarianist, freaking communism, or, you know, other totalitarian fascist regimes are made for human beings. They're made to capture the human imagination. They're made to capture your soul. They're made to have all activity within a certain area, within a state, under one banner, and for probably one person or a very small subsect of people to fucking have all of the benefit accrue to them. So yeah, they'll be opposite. It's a child trafficking. Go. And then orange on the other one. So, yeah. Oh, wow, I haven't done one of these rants in a while. Thanks, y'all. I mean, I know you're having another conversation, which is also beautiful, and I support it fully. It's associated. But, wow, I haven't done an anti kind of religious belief rant in a while. I haven't felt free to, I guess. And I do understand that in some way, by speaking this way, that I am refuting some people's very, very deeply held beliefs. And I mean no disrespect. And whatever those are, anybody that wishes to share what those might be, you know, that's also totally allowed here. And I think it's good to share what these things are. And I find, I don't know, usually people of some kind of moderate religiosity are more willing to share it, are more willing to say what it is. And the more extreme the beliefs get, the more cagey the responses become, until you get to like Scientology and they're just like, no, I'm not going to tell you anything. Buy the book. Buy the book though. So, you know, yeah, I'm part of 2 parody religions. So, yeah. Oh, my finger is starting to not fing. Let's see. My bad, self. I meant to say humans aren't designed for Scientology. That's they're not. No, we're not meant to not feel emotion and to be this limited in our activity and to limit our empathy. To disregard children as children is maybe one of the strongest natural impulses in human beings, is to protect kids. And it's not just females, but it is certainly more prevalent in females, but it's generally inhumane, unhuman, to have very many of the personality and psychological traits that are produced by Scientology. You're absolutely right. Scientology is meant to break you of your humanity, kind of like the way the military's meant to do it in a certain way, but to have you survive on the battlefield so that you're not wrapped up in yourself and you can take commands under fire. Well, Scientology, I guess, is having you take commands under fire in your home, from your family, from your friends at all time who are writing knowledge reports on you. Like, every man, woman, child, and other meant to be part of an operating, 24/7 operating intelligence force that everybody knows is pointed at everybody and themselves. So it's what's described in George Orwell's 1984 as an entire society. Everybody's going to rat on you. There are cameras everywhere. The words limited. The lexicon set. History forgotten, burned away, and taken away. So who controls the past controls the future. Who controls the present controls the past, right? So the regime in 1984 is controlling the present, and thus they're able to dictate what the past is, because Winston Smith, the main character of that book, is busy editing everything that the past was to fit what the party is saying today. So I think the phrase goes where Oceania, which is the country in which Winston Smith lives, was always at war with East Asia, becomes Oceania was never at war with East Asia. The exact opposite. And you can find some of this stuff in the post-war Allied forces, particularly say Operation Paperclip in the United States, where say Wernher von Braun, inventor of the V2 rocket and the Saturn rocket that got us to the moon, he was our rocket scientist. His Nazi form, as he made the Vengeance 2 weapon, V2, which was the rocket that was raining down on mainly London. His file in Operation Paperclip, which was a process by which the intelligence services identified useful Nazi officials and secreted them into the country and changed their records. And so Wernher von Braun's record was changed from an ardent Nazi to not an ardent Nazi. And then we got to the moon. Jawohl! Yeah, stuff like that happens all the time. That's all for appearances, and I guess if you read The Prince, it's not surprising, or very many other political treatises on the same subject matter. But yeah, the whole point there in 1984, if you can dictate whatever the past was, you can tell everybody what everything meant and means right now. You've provided like an artificial context in which everything occurs. And so that's why I would say the hard, crazy far right of the United States is trying to change history in the textbooks. It's trying to remove the civil rights leaders' mention of their name from the 60s. It's trying to say, oh yeah, chattel slavery in the United States. It was like, it was a labor camp, right? And they were better off there than they were in Africa. So those people, if they survived the Middle Passage, if you know anything about the Middle Passage, you'd say, oh geez, that was bad enough. And then you'd be put in slavery. But, it's just great that they got to escape their other slave masters in Africa and given, a bunch of these work skills. And that is the history that is trying to be taught in conservative America and in most of the southern United States. And it is a lie. It's a destructive lie. And if we teach our kids this generation down here that that is the truth, they're not going to be able to recognize the structural injustices pitted against minorities and especially African Americans. In education, in medicine, in housing, in the justice system, you name it. You want to say it's not structural? Like, how does it exist in every like aspect and institution of serious one of life if it's not structural and by design? So, yeah. Oh man, I'm just ranting. I'm having fun ranting. Sorry, guys. I don't get to just talk ad nauseum, ad infinitum all the time. And especially recently, I've been biting my tongue, sitting around, feeling sorry for myself. Thanks for listening. Here, there was mass killing of kids 6 to 8. Blah, blah, blah. How can anyone ever be upset with this man? He's so nice and just rare find people like this, even if there's stuff in the books that were wiped out of history. Indeed. And there always will be history written by the victors. There's a ton of reality that we won't will ever really know, or we'll know in like a marred fashion, because like, say for the Jesus story, we're relying on Josephus and Herodotus, and that they are very poor tellers of perhaps the truth, like very famous bomb throwers and editors of what actually happened to their own benefit or to the benefit of their readership, which would be the intelligentsia of the Roman Empire. So, yeah, Bo, you're so cool. Man, my college history professor told me something really profound one day. Every history book you read is written from the bias and the perspective of the author. Correct. And that's, I mean, it's also true of scientific papers. Like things that are meant to be nonfiction. It's all somebody negotiating for their point of view. And at some point it needs to be identified as such just for safety's sake. And what I try to remind myself of is that just about everything is opinion besides like physical laws and mathematical proofs, although those are up to revision as well. So like ultimate knowledge, nobody's got that. Running away from the child trafficking cult? Child auditing is abuse. If you've been involved in child auditing, you have been involved in child abuse. And if you have, I hope you get prosecuted to the full extent of the law. I'm not sure if you're within the realm of help at that point. And I think I've run out of patience for Scientology child traffickers like this person in the gold vest. Do not trust these people. All right. This kid is like 17. Okay? I've seen this kid. This kid's been here for about a month. You can already see the spine screwing up. You can already see it's sloping poorly. Hey, Jody Spumodi. Let's see. Catch you on 2-speed. Wanted to wish you well before the end of the day's work. Support and love you all. Oh, thank you, Jody. Thank you. Yeah, there's, well, I mean, any power structure, like, you know, the mob or organized crime, if you talk to them long enough, they'll get to the point where, like, you think I'm bad? You think I'm screwing with people? You think I'm running rackets? Like, you know, yeah, the government runs rackets. Every serious mobster that I ever talked to gets around to that one. And it's just about a monopoly on power. Every state exists. If you take like a political philosophy or a political science course, you'll learn that states, to exist, one of the primary things that they all do is have a monopoly on the use of force. So they get to go in there and use the army. They have a police force. They are able to defend, whatever the nation is. And they get to do what the other person won't. And as such, any kind of these power structures, yeah. I don't know if the mob is the right word, but yeah, it's some kind of authoritarian power structure. They're huge. This is
Yeah, digital front.
George of the Jungle. All right.
No, not honestly, Landon. You rarely have to testify in court for that. You could be the one that's like doing the stuff when you're like sitting. And you just document it well. Here's the trick. Here's the trick for all you nerds who don't want to get in front of people. Document your shit real well, and somebody else will be glad to go and make that presentation and take the credit for it. But if you don't document it well, the next few months of your life are going to be terrible with you trying to explain about them, or them calling you in the middle. So just like document your shit, and then you can do your work, be left alone, and let somebody else go do the presentation. I know,
Yeah.
right? Turn up.
So, you're talking about safe pointing. You're talking about their infiltration
new-
of government
the new document
systems,
comes
of
out.
police forces, of social institutions, of other religions through their, fucking non-denominational,
They
faith-based,
did lock the sign, the door
stupid
knocking sign.
orange goddamn vans and crap.
Um,
Yeah,
Yeah, well,
they're trying to spread themselves around
it
and
is
spread the
and I'm looking
meme and the
forward to
gene
going
of
to the meetings
Scientology
and
as far as
all
and
that
as
stuff.
wide and as effectively as they can.
There's an outside
And,
taking out the side door there. But yeah,
It's just going to make it harder to root them out completely, because you're going to be able to do the visible stuff like this. Say, like, all the orgs go down, right? Like, Blue Building's gone, the Information Center, the life of L. Ron Hubbard's stupid thing on Hollywood, all of the stuff is gone, all the orgs, all everything. Clearwater shut down. And they still have all their nonprofit groups. They can start it up from that. Their Scientology teaches embedded in the applied scholastic stuff in Narconon, and even their business management courses. So from that little base, they could make another core group, get some power, get some money. But they're going to have to die a really horrendous death, I think, and make everybody afraid to go back for a little while. So yeah.
It was so good to see all of you. We will see you soon. Hopefully, we'll be going live from inside the house.
Yeah, turnip greens, absolutely. Yeah, safe pointing. Well, I think the biggest example of this in the United States, at the very least, is Scientology's contributions to the LAPD, where they're the single largest private donor of funds to the Los Angeles Police Department. And so they get to tell their story more often. They get to do it first. They get to do it in a way that is more believable than anybody else on the street, and they get to have a pile of cash in their hand that is going to mean the new equipment or the extra overtime or whatever else, however you're... And Casillas. That's very good to see you. Is that a new icon? Looks like a new icon. Looks like a dog. I tried to zoom in. I zoomed in on my face. And Casillas, thank you very much. No, indeed. No, there's so much Scientology information that we do need to just keep on using the terms and educating each other and bringing each other in to all of this info. Yes, man. I'll try to pause neg. I'll point like you do in the Baphomet position, I guess. Just to scare everybody. Oh, he's the Baphomet. Oh no. I'm the spirit of the force too. Oh, your old pup Daisy. That's yeah, yeah. Many heads, very many ideas, are the wisdom of crowds, where you're going to be able to refine your ideas with an open sharing of very many perspectives and actually get something close to the right thing, or much, much closer to the correct answer. Generally, if you're willing to have an open exchange of ideas, um, then this can be achieved. And if not, you can't, or at least not as fast or as efficiently. And you'll like fits and starts a whole lot more. And I think this community has done fairly well at doing that. A lot of the creators are trying to do just straight up information sessions on what the coursework is. I would recommend Eric Rader's series on that, on what's expected of you from within Scientology, and what it's like going through some of these courses and what's in the courses. Yeah, just keep swimming. That's right. And also, Serge does a fair amount of this. Laura, in her series about her history, goes into a lot of Scientology practices and a lot of terminology. Aaron Smith Levin as well does a lot of very good videos on a lot of these basics. So already we have a pretty good repository of instruction on this that's in the SPTV community. And people that lived it, people that did all of these things and had to survive it. And so, no, because they had to, they bled it, they bleed it. So yeah, as much as we can know all of these things, it's easier to relate. It's easier to figure out what's going on in here and maybe what some of these people are thinking and feeling. What are the pressures they're under? What's the style of the mind control? To, trying to, I don't know, find the right key for this lock and open like the door of their mind so that they can find a clear way to walk out this door and better their life. And currently they can't do it. Yeah, good one. Good to see the Aftermath show. Good to see all of those stories, but we also have a lot of perspective as to what was going on behind the scenes there and how some of those stories were generated, and the treatment of some of the people during that production is abominable. But they are still informative. And so to take that as like, okay, this happened at this point in time under these conditions, and that necessitated the telling of the stories in an actual human way on the SPTV channels, because there was something very much missing from those episodes that we now have. Like, we have a wealth of information from survivors in a way that I think is just, it's easier to digest, it's more palatable, it's not fake. It's not with a whole A&E backdrop and millions of dollars, right? And the avarice and the whatever happens in, in the context of $1 million cable show. Sanitized, I think. Yeah, that's a perfect word, exactly. Yeah, Liz, Reese, Natalie, Tony, Jenna, Serge, absolutely. All of them. All of them. Tori, I mean. No, all beautiful. All instructive. And something for everybody. And almost too much to watch all at once. So just choose what you like and delve. I say, delve. So, I think we're about ready to push on. This is about it for this one. Yes, let's get you out of working on Wednesdays. Let's do that. Okay, let's definitely do that. So, this has been really fun. And I will get the food and liquids. It's great to see y'all here. It's great to be out on the street after a rough week. and a bunch of crazy stuff happening, but it seemingly it's coming around right. It's coming around right now. At least it's the beginning of things changing for the better. And although it might be painful, we're all going to learn a lot here. Growing pains hurt. They're worth it. So, and yeah, mark my words, this will all fall together within a season. So by the end of August, I'm saying, and we'll have a beautiful fall of togetherness and stomping all over Scientology as a much more unified and a stronger unit. Well, not a unit, a loose conglomeration of independent actors, you could say, I guess, is what we're going with now. Thank you so much, Turnip Greens. Thank you for the opportunity. Thank you so much, Blake. And thank you, Pearl Snappy, for suggesting that this go down the way it goes down. I'll see you on the next one. It's always great to be out of a cult. And it's always great to be working to keep people from going back in and to keep people from considering this even a possibility of even tolerating it in their backyard. So F Sciento till the last orc falls forever. Thank you, everybody. Especially to my very new mods, Turnip Greens and Blake Reed. Thank you. I feel like I've got my channel back for the first time in a long time. Thank you so much. Be good to each other. Bye.